And hello, Internet! Welcome back to Land Beyond the Mist. We are up to, I believe, session 6 today. We have a exciting session, I believe, as we are doing our first rumor mill session, as the party is following something that they have found inside of the city walls instead of traversing out into the wilds. We'll see if it proves more or less dangerous from them along the way. But before we jump in and start seeing what happens to them, we should figure out who, in fact, we're playing with today. So I'm just going to go in camera order here as I see it in the call, and I'm going to have you guys give yourself a brief introduction, remind us who you're playing, and then we'll see what you've been doing in your downtime between adventures. Let's start with Mega. Welcome back to the stream, my friend. Remind us who you are and who you're playing.
I promise I wasn't reaching out, caressing your map, Greg. I promise. Nobody on stream saw that. Let's go to character introductions. Hello, everyone. I'm Mega in the Discord. I'm Mega Mixer in Greg's chat and on Twitch. Today I am playing one Blondie, a shifter base Azamar. Pretty much a big wolf man with like bronze skin and golden locks that flow in the wind. He is not charismatic at all, however, as you would expect an Azamar to be. He's more of a rough and tumble type. He came to A-Town, he wanted to come here he felt the call from a long forgotten god, Sylvantis, the great hunter, to come here and commune with him and clear these lands of these evil plant monsters, these blights and these dryads that have commitment issues. He's here to clear all of that up and maybe cheer up some treants along the way.
Oh, very good. Well, welcome back. I am glad to have you here. You've been out adventuring a couple of times, Blondie, and you now are experiencing your second round of downtime in the city of Ansham. The place is growing as more is being built and resources brought in. What have you been doing with your downtime? How have you spent your time between your daring adventures out in the woods?
So, Blondie felt the call from a long forgotten god to come here, but then he realized he knows nothing about like anything. So he's not very well versed in like the ways of rituals of nature and all that sort of stuff. Because most of his life he grew up as a pirate, so he was like, I kind of need to know the ways of the druids and the rangers of old, and how they communicated with those nature gods. So he was like, let's build a library, yay! So he spent his downtime activity gathering some nerds and gathering some builders. And he told the nerds to gather books and told the builders to build a library.
Very good. All right. So, Blondie, you gather your resources amongst the city, and you are going to build our first structure in Ansham. So, as some of you may have figured out by now, I've been fishing for people to actually build a city improvement. We've been gathering resources here, and Blondie, you want to build the library. You gather up a few nerds, as you called them, to figure out what exactly you need to stock the library with. You spend some gold to make sure that it is well stocked, and you also hire some laborers to begin putting it together for you. Let us take a look here at our library. It will cost the city of Ansham 1 wood and 1 stone, which we do in fact have in our handouts here. Let's go ahead and take away 1 stone and 1 wood from the Ansham resources, as they have been used in the construction of this new building. It will also cost you some personal gold here, as the library is being built. You will have to spend 100 gold coins split between laborers, acquiring books and research materials, getting librarians here. And over the course of your downtime, you see this building grow and begin construction all the way to the point that it is filled with books and strange things. It has been pointed out in the Discord that people may like to name these buildings as they are being completed. So I will ask you, as you build the library at a level 1 here in the city, what would you like to name this founding edition in Ansham?
Considering that we're like, on the precipice of civilization, and probably the amount of books, you probably over embellish a little bit, Greg. We probably have like 5 magazines, and like 3 of them are like Ye Maidens, skimmies or whatever,
Okay.
And then we have like 1 tome on like Dryad anatomy or something. I'm going to call this library Books a Couple instead of Books a Million, because we only got a couple.
A couple. All right. Well, it'll be Books a Couple only, hopefully, for a small while. But Books a Couple, founded by Blondie. As the founder of a new addition to Ansham, you, my friend, are privileged enough to either shop at them or use the building in its very first round of activity. As it completes at the end of our downtime phase, you have the option with the library to spend some downtime researching. You can declare a topic you are spending time researching. You are allowed to ask me, the DM, 1 question about the topic that I will answer honestly, or if you cannot find the answer here, honestly tell you where it can be found. Alternatively, you may spend some time training with the librarians, those so-called nerds that you hired, to train your history or investigation. You must pay them 50 gold for their tutoring, but at the end of the downtime action, you will gain a +1 to the declared skill check until the end of today's adventure is over. Would you like to spend some time researching or training today?
I'll take researching for 500, Greg.
Absolutely. So, Blondie, after your library is completed, you go inside the sparse shelves at the moment of Books a Couple, and you spend some time researching. What is the topic of your research?
I want to know. I have a whole handout for this 1 line of questioning. I want to know what types of dangerous creatures can be expected to be encountered in sewers.
You wish to research upon the sewers, and your question to me is what kind of creatures can be found in the sewers? The honest answer is this library knows little in the way of the sewers beneath the great city of Ansham. This is an ancient ruins of a time so ancient that it has long been lost to history. However, you are aware that there are spirits, spooks, and skulks that lie in these hills, in these woods, and in these towns out here in the mists. You see these spirits, these kind of vengeful, roaming figures of the past, as a very likely thing to be found in the hidden sewers beneath a false door that you are going down later in. You also are warned learned of poisonous beasts and fungal plants, things that would grow in the dank and the damp. You hear tales of previous sewers being infested by rats and snakes and nasties, funguses, and poisonous spores. But at the end of your research, you can't point to any one thing in particular you know for sure to be down there. But you have some things to prepare against.
Yeah, as Blondie closes the book that says "Sewers for Dummies," he goes "Ghost," and then it pans over to somebody else.
Zoinks! All right. You put away ghosts for dummies, and you march out of your brandly new built library to meet up your party at a false door underneath a ruined building that leads down into forgotten and abandoned sewers. And who you meet there is next up on our list, King Lyoko. Welcome back to the game. Why don't you give yourself a brief introduction and remind us who you are playing today?
Hi everyone, I'm King Lyoko, and I am playing, once again, Agni, the Fire Genasi Druid, turned businessman of sorts, I suppose. His long-term goal is to find a way to create more of his kind, but to accomplish that effort, he is growing a business empire, and at the start of today's session, it is no different. So, now, it may be a little bit surprising, but Agni actually comes from quite a large family. However, most of his family is human. His parents aren't actually Genasi themselves. And Agni has reached out across the seas to like his fourth cousin twice removed to get an enchanter out to the area. Because he knows that in order to combat the various perils of the land beyond the mists, we're going to need some magic at our disposal. So he is he's agreed to set up his cousin with an enchanter's study, a bit of a workshop, and it'll sort of even out, you know, like the cost of getting his butt all the way over here will sort of offset rent, and so he's not really making any profit off of this per se, but it'll open up a new service in town, and I think that'll be well worth it.
All right, excellent. Our Fire Genasi spends his downtime, it sounds like, also improving our city. You are electing to build the Enchanter's Study. This will cost us 1 wood and 1 shimmerstone from our stores. I will remove that from our resources handout here. And you do spend your downtime getting your cousin to come over. The amount of time it takes to sail over the sea is quite extensive. It is likely that you were planning to get your cousin here some time ago. And he arrived probably a few weeks or a month after you did, has been spending some time in town, but now you have the resources to finally put your cousin to work, as, you know, one should. The wooden structure is built, and the magic of Shimmerstone is added into the many resources and strange constructions your enchanter cousin needs to build it forward. We are going to found the Enchanter Study at a level 1. Much the same question that I asked Mega. You have the option of founding this and naming it. What is the name of this study that you would like to give it?
So I think that Agni and his cousin spitballed a few ideas back and forth, but they've finally settled on a name for the store. It is called Hocus Focus.
Hocus Focus. Very good. Hocus Focus is indeed founded. This strange wooden study, probably close to the outskirts of town, that has been built up. Strange items and foci lie within it, but it is a shop added to town. I will spend some time putting the new items that you may buy into the Antrim Market document in between sessions here. But you, as a founder, get early access to utilize this city edition. As it finally reaches completion, you have the opportunity to go to your cousin and do a couple of things. The level 1 Enchanter Study allows access to spell focuses for all casting classes to be purchased in the market. So you may go to market, essentially, to purchase one of them. It also unlocks a couple of downtime actions that you may attempt here. You may add a spell to your spell book. Spending your time studying with the enchanter, you pay 50 gold per spell level, and you may add one spell to your spell book that is of a level that you have spell slots to cast. Or, much like the training that you do before, you may pay your cousin 50 gold to study with them, and he will teach you the ways of Arcana, granting you a +1 to Arcana skill checks until the end of today's adventure. Tell me, Agni, as founder of Hocus Focus, would you like to take advantage of any of these actions?
Absolutely. So I think Agni works with his cousin to craft an arcane focus that would be suitable for his druidic powers, and I like to think that it's in the shape of like a dream catcher, but stylized more towards his fire elemental nature. So he calls it a fire catcher.
Okay. You get a burning dream catcher created by your good friend here. An arcane focus comes in the form of crystal orb, rod, staff, wand in the book. I'm gonna say a fiery dream catcher probably comes in the form of like.
I think there's a separate thing called a druidic focus.
There could be. Let me see if I can
whatever
find
that is. I think it's the same price.
There is a druidic focus. Of course they would be in different places. Why not? It's not a sprig of mistletoe. It is probably a totem. I would like for you to pay me 1 gold piece for your totem.
And it was 100 gold for the building, right?
And yes, I'm sorry if I did not say as much. Getting your cousin over, finding him the laborers and the strange items that he needed from the market would have cost you 100 gold as well. If I did not mention that already.
All right. Well, everything is paid for.
Excellent. With a new totem at your disposal to focus your spell casting abilities on a new founded building in town, you too head to a false door at the bottom of a ruined building in the city to settle down into the sewers of Antrim. But before you go down there, you will also meet our third player here today, Leova. Welcome back to the game. It is good to have you. Why don't you give yourself a brief reintroduction and remind us who you were playing today?
Hi, I am Leova. I am playing Udrik today. Udrik is a half-orc warlock that was abandoned in the forest by someone, probably his parents, and woke up to a probably woke up to a djinn that sort of had mercy for the little baby and sort of mentored him. But it started as like a Tarzan situation, Udrik living in the woods by himself, not knowing anyone. It's become kind of a Jason Bourne situation because the djinn has been teaching him combat skills and survival skills and magic for some unknown purpose. And last time Udrik was in the mist, he adventured with a couple of his friends here, with Agni and with some others, Clarence and Grumpus. And today he is looking forward to meeting his new friends, whoever they might be. And he's looking forward to seeing Agni once again because he has a gift for them.
All right. Well, before we get into whatever gift giving you may be doing, I want to know instead what you've been doing with yourself in the city in between your adventures. You've had some time to see the city grow around you, and you've had the opportunity to spend some downtime yourself. What has Uldric been up to in the time between his adventures?
So Udric has been he's been discovering society, basically. As you imagine, Tarzan in New York, he is overwhelmed. You know, there's all the sights and sounds. Even a small city, small town like Antrim is a lot for Udric to handle. So he's going to all the shops. He's going to all the bars, seeing all the sights. So he is going to market. He is going shopping. He is getting his bling on.
Excellent. You have coin burning a hole in your pocket and a need to see all the strange things that you can buy. Excellent. You spend your downtime going to market, searching out items to buy and things to order, get custom made for you. As you spend your time in the market, what is it that you would like to purchase?
So the first thing Udric does is he goes and he gets himself some nice clothes. He's been living like a hermit in the woods for years. So he's dressed in rags, absolute garbage rags underneath this armor. But Udric doesn't really know how to like properly go to the right places and get like the right clothes. So and he doesn't have the money for actual noble, super fancy clothes, or he doesn't think he does. So he's gonna get like, technically, by the book, they're called costume clothes, just like mismatched, nice-looking things that like look good individually, but all put together, it's just a mess.
All right.
Like he's got like purple pants that someone upsells him on, and like one red glove and like one black glove because two of the same glove is boring. You know, he just looks a mess. He looks nice, but a hot mess.
Excellent. Like a nice clown, you find yourself, wearing a mismatch of all kinds of different clothes. Is there anything else that you were buying at the market, or is it just your costume?
So Udric buys a couple like minor things for himself. He buys a bedroll because he's been sleeping on dirt for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So he buys himself a really nice sleeping bag, and he probably like takes it outside of the shop and lays down in the street in his bedroll just to test it out. Like, yeah, this is nice. And then he goes and he gets himself some components for one of his spells. One of his spells or one of his invocations that he's sort of able to do now requires some alcohol. So Udric goes and gets a couple bottles of wine.
All right.
And he tests the spell several times, drinks a good bit of the wine, goes back to the store, gets another bottle, restocks,
All right.
And then, feeling pretty good on the wine, he decides to get his old companions and his new friends a little something at the market.
Okay.
So he is going to see if he can find a nice, fancy, like engraved, like nicely carved tinderbox for Agni.
You look for a fine, nicely carved, engraved tinderbox, and you find that the Antrim market is lacking in like valuables and nicely, finely made things. In fact, the clothes that you found are probably as mismatched as they are simply because they were the nicest ones you could find in various styles and fits. You find plenty of tinder boxes. You can find some well crafted and functional, but little in the way of heavily engraved and embossed. There are few treasures amongst the items here in Antrim.
That is fair. And the other thing he would get, he has heard of Blondie in the town, and he would bring for them a nice set of combs. He
Okay.
heard they're pretty hairy. Some nice combs.
Much as with the everything you find in Antrim, there are well-made things. They are functional and even finely crafted, but very little in the way of treasures or jewelry. The combs can only become so fancy anyway, though. So I'm sure you find a nice polished bit.
And then the last thing, since Agni did the enchanter thing, is Udrik able to shop for a focus or a pouch, or is it the
Not
time
yet.
is
During the downtime action, that is being built because Agni built it. He has essentially squatter's rights, the founder's rights, we'll say, to use it. During the next downtime phase, it will be in Antrim for everyone.
Sounds good. And then that is the end of Udrik's shopping. He buys some, personal knickknacks, buys some nice socks, buys some nice shoes.
All right.
Sort of
Very
like
good.
Re-upgrade his gear. But yeah.
All right. With your shopping bonanza done and gifts in your pockets for your would-be companions, you too head to an abandoned building with a false door in it, where you meet our last but definitely not least player. Nick, welcome to the stream. I am glad to have you back. I believe you are here for the first time this season, so why don't you give yourself an introduction and let us know who you've brought to the table.
That's right. Thank you, Greg. I'm very glad to be back in the mists. Today, I bring you McLeod, a Aasimar ranger who comes from the highlands of a place far, far from here. He has heard wind that his father, a god of some repute, came from this land with his mother's dying breath. She mentioned that he would find his father in the land beyond the mist, so he's come here in search. Probably not Cervantes, despite the similarities there, but maybe. He doesn't know. He doesn't really have much to go on. But here he is. Ready to help out the people. He comes from a land where it is very common to help out your neighbor, and he's ready to do some hard work. Yeah.
All right. Well, exciting. Hopefully he finds more than just heartbreak beyond the mist. There are very few that come back once they have left. But you haven't just walked off the boat. You've been here in town for some time as the foundling city has gotten put together. Tell us, how has McLeod been living his day-to-day here in the fledgling city of Antrim?
Well, he's used to living out in the wilderness, when he has to. He definitely has on his way here. And he's no stranger to getting in with people's good graces in interesting ways, to make use of their abode, to make use of their comforts and kindness. And I think that... well, there's no easy way to put it. I've been whoring about. I've been doing work. I've been making a little money while also getting a little bit of a twofer. Finding places to stay, getting a warm meal from all of those widows in town.
All right, so you say you've been working. I have to know. Is this an actual business? Are you performing sex work, or are you just having a good time? Are you actually carousing with the city at large?
I know that carousing is a loaded term here with your mechanics.
Okay.
So no, I am not carousing in the mechanical sense, but
Fair
I have
enough.
been showing up at the pubs. I come from a land that it's probably there's probably some notoriety that the handsome men of the Highlands are trained, maybe not trained, but are no stranger to sex work, and it's a
Alright.
very sex positive land.
Well, you put your natural charms, or perhaps your practice charms, to work. Either way, perhaps both. I want you to roll me 1d10 gold for each character level that you possess, which will at this point be 1, to see how well paid you are for your I don't know, liaising.
Yes, I think that's the appropriate word.
Please take home 7 gold coins, as it seems your services are fairly well valued here in the fledgling city.
I will say, McLeod does not believe in the gold standard. All of the money he's brought with him is in copper, which he has nearly 400 in a big fat bag that makes him feel very rich. But unfortunately, gold is really common for use in paying. So I begrudgingly take
McLeod
the gold and
wonders
silver.
how much it would cost to build a bank so that he can exchange his currency. But he does not have the downtime available for this, and it is scheduled to meet his other friends in an old abandoned building where there is a false bottom. The 4 of you gather on the outskirts of Antrim. A rumor that has swirled around town is that someone has discovered a way into the ancient sewers deep beneath the city itself. A way that was hidden and not found until recently. You follow these rumors, spend some time searching through abandoned buildings, attempting to find the location. And sure enough, in a district far from where the docks are, far from the current construction, perhaps 5, 10, 15 miles even into the eastern, districts of Antrim, underneath a fallen bridge, you see a building. It would have been nondescript at one time. 3 of its 4 walls, in fact, still stand, though it has no roof, and much of the collapsed bridge is resting inside of it. But through this ruin, you do find a false door beneath a false floor, which is in fact a door beneath the kind of ruined stone. It has been kind of shattered. It was made of wood, and it has a foul stench leading up from the darkness below. A quick whiff gives you a sense of, I'm sure all of you have spent some time out in the woods. They've smelt the stale urine or the latrine at some point in a stop out in an outpost, and you know this is the entrance that you were looking for. As you arrive here and are doing this excavation, you do all spend some time in this ruined building. And I want each of you to tell me how it is you individually discover this building to be a false front. It was used by thieves, and you know this. How do you know this?
I'll start. Blondie was a pirate, which is basically like an honorary thief. A sea thief? He's like the sea lion equivalent of a thief. I was going somewhere with that. So you know how sea lions are like dogs, right? They're kind of like canines. So a pirate is like a sea lion version of a... listen, he's hangs out with rogues, okay? So he's familiar with their very, in particular, like thieves can't. He doesn't speak it, but he's familiar with some of the symbols, and probably while pushing away some of the rubble and all that sort of stuff, he's able to find it. He's able to find like markings here. He's like, "Whoa, this isn't just like a normal building. This is like a place where, whenever they, landed on any sort of unofficial dock, he would see these symbols all over the place, and he would probably point this out to the rest of the party.
Okay. Blondie finds symbols in Thieves' Cant, much like, I guess, the old druid symbols that have been pointed out in the forest. He finds markings showing this to be a safe house. But you knew this. Why did you already know this? Agni, what did you find?
So, Agni actually found the remains of like a hidden compartment, sort of like a stash area that was in the building that the thieves probably used to store some of their illicit goods whenever authorities would come around knocking. And he found it simply as he was walking. It's an old building. The floor had weakened right away, and his foot slipped down into it.
Your foot slips down into this stash area. Another kind of false bottom. It seems the thieves in the olden times really liked false bottoms of their floors. As your foot crashes through, I want you to roll me a unmodified d20. If you would like, we could just call that a death saving throw.
Sure.
It is a 9. Unfortunately for you, there was nothing of note inside the stash when you crushed through it. Nothing but dust, maybe some termites, and ages of empty, stale air, now released. But there was no goods of value or interest to be found. As Blondie comes to you, Uldric, how is it that you knew that he was going to tell you these thief runes made this to be a safe house?
Sorry, my audio's being weird. I think probably when Udrik was going around town shopping, throwing money around, being really loose with his coin, he might have overheard some unsavory type fencing, some stolen goods at one of the merchants, complaining about almost dying and being angry that they were still using this shitty, abandoned, half-destroyed building for a hideout when they could just use someone's house. No one would suspect a peasant house.
You think back to this person and you realize it was very strange that no one else saw them or heard them or knew who they were. And they were kind of see-through at some point, and you realized that you had heard the sounds of a specter skulking about the city of Antrim, and you realized they were talking about this very hideaway. The specter of a thief long past, spilling the beans of what is to come. But you are prepared to know.
Udrik realizes that he would actually be kind of terrified, because last time he was out here, he died. He was on the brink of dying to some spirit, some skulking horror out here. So if after the fact he realizes that was a spirit, he would arrive. Blondie would find him like shaking.
Oh. All right. You are afraid. The fear of specters strong with you, but nonetheless, with Blondie's help, perhaps with an exchange of combs, you are calmed down enough to continue your adventure. But that brings me to McLeod.
McLeod.
Okay. McLeod.
Exactly. You nailed it.
Nice. How is it that you knew that this was a thieves' den, a safe house?
Well, when I haven't had the luxury of being able to sleep in a beautiful man or woman's bed, I've been sleeping on the streets. So I think I witnessed this specter last night floating through a wall. Literally shit myself and showed up late with soggy pants because I've been in a nearby river washing them all morning.
Okay. You seem to have found the same specter as before. very blabby for a thief, but nonetheless, you came prepared. With this knowledge fresh in your minds, you find yourselves looking at a broken false door leading down into the stank of the sewers below. You've come prepared to investigate them, and you four head down into the cistern. It is very dark. There is no light shining through the floors, but as Agni snaps his fingers, you have come prepared as fiery light dances across stone walls that have been growing mold for some time. Your light spell dancing around different shades of strange funguses. There is channels of rushing yellowy waters that run beneath the stonework of the city. There seems to be something just a little bit wrong with it, a little bit off. It is not the clear fresh waters of the river nearby, nor of the ocean itself. And the broken pipes work and stonework is impressive engineering, although old and rusted, and it leads on in an echoing mess beyond the entrance here. As you push through, you can hear the chittering of small creatures, and the fumes of the sewers hit you in kind of a deep and unsettling way. As you gather your thoughts and yourselves, I want to know, we're going to take this in rounds, much like we do above ground. Your goal is to explore this and find what lies within. Who amongst you leads this exploration first?
I'm happy to go first.
All right. Agni, you gather your senses as you look about the cistern down here. What is it you do to explore this place and find the secrets that lie within?
So I think that Agni is going to rely on his magic to help guide them. Specifically, he is going to use the Detect Poison and Disease spell to help them avoid any areas with noxious gases or maybe disease-ridden rats or anything like that. And so he takes a few minutes at the start to ritually cast it. And then hopefully that'll help them avoid some of the more sinister dangers down here.
All right. You spend your time taking 10 minutes or so to ritually cast your spell. You begin to feel out the kind of sulfurous waves as you see them with new magical eyes, trying to avoid the most poisonous and terrifying parts of the place. And you lead your party cautiously across echoing stone steps through dripping sewers. As you lead on, I want you to make me an Arcana check with your spell casting attribute as its modifier.
Okay. Could I argue for a nature check, given that it is a spell that helps him understand natural threats?
I don't mind that. Yeah.
All right. Very good. 22.
That is a 22. You lead the way quite well through echoing chambers. You take different twists and turns as the sewer system is extensive under the city. And as you do, you avoid certain rooms, certain places you're sure would have led to difficult and dangerous encounters for your party. But sure enough, the magic that you cast eventually catches your eye, because it's not just hanging out in the fumes like it has been or from a particular plant, but there's a rock column near a broken pipe through which like this kind of unnaturally yellowish liquid leaks, and your magical eyes tell you that there is something poisonous in the wall. And as you stare at it, you are certain that it is inside the stone column. What do you do as you recognize this strange magical presence?
So you're saying, I'm imagining, it's this column and there are cracks and this yellow liquid is leaking from it?
Yes, there's like a burst pipe that the
Okay.
stone column would have been holding up, and from this like rusted pipe is this yellowish liquid that leaks down into the runnels beneath their stone feet. But it's not the water or the pipe itself that catches your eyes, it's the column that holds it. For the
Huh.
magic that you cast informs you there's poison inside, somewhere inside that stone column.
So the liquid itself isn't a poisonous substance.
I mean, I wouldn't suggest drinking it. It'd probably give you the runs.
I wouldn't suggest
but,
drinking it either.
Yeah, no, but it's not a poison, or at least
Okay,
not strong enough to proc your magics.
My guess is it's probably the carcass of like a spider or something. I don't think. Can it detect like poison in living creatures? Is that a capability of the spell?
That's a good question.
Let me double check here. I'll post it in chat.
Sure. Yeah.
Here. Yes, I can detect poisonous creatures.
it
So
does
I'm
indeed.
going to assume in that case that it's probably like maybe some sort of venomous spider or snake or something. And I think let me see here. Looking at the party, actually, let me see here. I'm gonna give myself just a wisdom save to see, does Agni think it is wise to poke the venomous creature? That's a 10. That's average. I think Agni is going to inform his party members. Hey guys, I think that there may be something poisonous or venomous inside that pipe. We can probably avoid it if we want, but if you guys want to go and beat it up, now you know.
How big is this pipe? Is it big enough to hold a large or huge sized creature?
The pipe itself could not hold a huge sized creature, most definitely. I don't believe it would hold a large creature, but it would be big enough for you to walk through with some space. Should you wish to. But the large size, you're thinking it would be at minimum a squeeze and likely not possible.
Well, if
So,
you guys want, you can check it out, but I'd say that if something's poisonous, you probably best avoid it.
So I'm looking on my in my book, Poison for Dummies, and my book is telling me that you druids can, with a spell called, he looks at it, the book upside down, detect poison and disease. You can figure out if it's a poisonous creature or if it's just poison. Can you tell which it is?
Oh, I suppose, yeah. It says I can identify the kind of poisonous
Yeah.
creature or disease.
You focus upon it, and you find this to be a paralytic poison. It is not a creature, but a paralytic poison that is inside the stone.
Oh, okay. In that case, if it's, I'm thinking it might be some like sort of remnant of poison gas or something. Can we like, I'm gonna like have the other sort of clear back a bit, and I'm gonna try to like, I think what I'll do is like fire some like, whir up my sling and from like 30 feet back or so try to like knock the pipe around with some slings. Maybe that'll dislodge the gas or whatever it is.
Okay, you have everyone stand back, and you begin to whirl a sling above your head, filled with a bullet, ready to fire it at this pipe. You do so, and you hit the pipe over and over again. It is fragile and rusted, breaks easily. The water flows faster and faster from the openings into the pools, into the runnels beneath your feet. The smell gets worse, sulfurous, just rotten eggs fill the room. As you break the pipe over and over again, I want you to roll me. Just make me an attack roll. It represents what you're doing to this pipe quite well. And your DC for your attack roll will be 13.
No.
You strike and strike at this pipe, and sure enough, you turn it into a waterfall of yellowish, nasty water running out of this broken and shattered pipe. Rusted pieces of it flow down through the runnels and the sewers at your feet, but it does not open nor dislodge any gases nor anything inside the stone pillar that is holding up the now, like, very broken and, like, openly flowing pipe.
I tried my idea. If any of you guys want to mess with it, be my guest. But like I said, there's something dangerous in there.
How Agni, you could go in there and I don't know, see what the gas does for science.
I already know what it does. It paralyzes people. I explained to them the nature of the gas.
We're just gonna walk within, sight of the opening there, and he's gonna say, "It worked last time for a door," and he's gonna Eldritch Blast into the pipe.
All right.
Ujik's not a very smart guy. I have 4 intelligence and 7 wisdom. So
I
sometimes the
like
simplest
it.
things,
You
sometimes the door is just open.
Sometimes doors just open. You look into this broken, rusted pipe that has been busted open a few more times. You give it a good old-fashioned Hadouken, and your Eldritch Blast, like a wave of heat in the sun, ripples through the sewers. If it's possible, this might make the sulfur smell worse. But I want you to roll me an attack roll, much like Agni did with his sling. Your DC is going to be 13.
Whereas previously Ujik's Eldritch Blast was just kind of like heat waves in the air. As he's gone shopping, he realizes that he needs to maybe like snazz himself up a little bit more.
Oh, okay.
So he's trying out some like combat, like magic beam attack, like poses. Like he's trying a little bit. They're probably not very successful. I'm gonna start with a performance check.
Okay.
And then I will attack. It looks beautiful. It looks beautiful.
You have been practicing from like the manual, right? You've got the the Buddhist palm like ready to go, like straight out of Kung Fu Hustle. Like you look menacing.
Wow.
And then attack roll is 22.
A 22. All right. Your Eldritch Blast rips through this now even more broken pipe than before. The rest of the pipe shatters, giving way in its rusted and ancient sense. The liquid, the waters that were inside of it, running from God knows where to who knows where, come pouring out in a sudden flood. It rips through this like stone column that was holding it up. And you see multiple stones come loose and free like a bookshelf. And the stones start racing by in this torrent of water, and they like float around, and then in the runnels next to your feet come floating by. And inside these stone shelves, you see 3 vials made of ceramic and stoppered, almost like an ancient potion of some kind.
Udrik picks them up with some confusion, and looks up at Agni and says, "Do you know what these are?"
Well, I assume my magic is still active, right?
It is. These vials are indeed the source of the poisons that you sensed in the stone. It seems there was some kind of stash of poisons that you were alerted to inside the stone column.
Huh. So it wasn't a trap or a threat so much as a resource that probably whoever used these tunnels frequently had stashed away. Well, these would be good to keep with us. We could possibly throw them at any of our enemies. Just be careful. You don't want to be around that when it opens.
Then maybe you should hold on to them. Udrich says, glancing down at the healing potion he carries, thinking, "Wait a minute, I'm gonna just drink the other one. I'm gonna drink the wrong thing."
This is a good question for Mr. Gray. Are
Yes.
these vials like poisons you would apply to a weapon before attacking with them, or is it something like you could like just splash on somebody and hope it works?
I don't know. Do you want to try them out?
If I shake it, is it a liquid or is it like a gas inside?
Ah, you shake it, expecting some kind of liquid sloshing. It instead is like shaking a Christmas ornament. There's almost no give to it at all.
I think this is more something you throw and perhaps the gas gets released.
Cool.
So, I don't know. If you guys want, I'll hand them back. I mean, I've got a good arm. I'll keep one of them.
I'll take one.
Would you like one? I turn to McLeod.
Sure. I don't
Alright.
mind holding on to a lethal dose of poison. Never know when you might need it.
I don't believe it's lethal. I believe it's just paralytic. Although, who knows how long it would last.
All right. You discover this stash of poisonous vials inside the sewers. You pocket them, ready to use them at a moment's notice, and continue on through the sewers. Agni, you have stepped aside, your spells coming to an end, and it is time for someone else to take the lead through the twisting tunnels underneath the city. Who will lead us next through the sewers of Ansham?
I think probably Udrich would go next. He doesn't mind the smell as much as perhaps the others, having lived out in the wilds a little more. It's a little more rough and tumble. So he'll happily forge ahead, and as he does so, he'll sort of instinctively hold on to the urn that his patron Genie. Who knows if he gave it to him? It was the only thing he had lying next to him in the forest. Either someone left it there, he had it on his own, or someone gave it to him. But that's the urn. He kind of instinctively clutches it as he moves along, and he will sort of be buoyed, both like physically and like emotionally, by this, like a safety blanket, but inside there's like a gun in the safety blanket. So it feels real good.
Okay. With your loaded safety blanket at the ready, you take lead of the party. You clutch your loaded safety blanket, but how is it that you lead the party through this sewers? What is it that you do to find the secrets or to lead the party on?
Well, the first thing he actually does is he takes a sip of this newfound delicious wine that he got in Antrim. It became highly recommended by the tavern keeper. It was made by the brother of the tavern keeper, so it's a local vintage. Very good stuff.
Okay.
Yes, it's actually cheap shit, but you know, it came highly recommended.
It came recommended, right? It was at least 10 gold worth. Surely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so he will take a sip. He will invigorate himself with false life, and he will press forward, just doing his best to look out for what may lie ahead.
All right. You lead by keeping your eyes peeled, attempting to find secrets and to not lead your party astray. After taking a deep swig of your cheap, delicious wine, you feel yourself fiendishly invigorated, and then you make me a perception check as your party's steps clatter across the stony floors of this underground sewer. You lead as best you can, winding through the dark, led by both dark vision and the flickering lights of Agni's fires. As you lead, however, you are assaulted by perhaps memories of specters, or perhaps by specters themselves. You keep seeing at the edges of your vision motion, like someone's there, something. Every time you turn your head, though, you don't see it, but it keeps happening. You turn corners, and slowly you're certain you are being watched. As you are wandering through, these images seem to be getting closer and closer. If only you could see them. What do you do as this sensation grows stronger and closer the more you wander the tunnels?
I think so. So Udric, having been a hermit basically his whole life, he's used to being isolated, to being on his own. But this is a different type of like isolation. This is like you're supposed to be with other people, and yet you can't really. He knows they're behind them, but like looking around, maybe he can't quite see them either. And so he kind of instinctively like moves back towards Agni and kind of puts a hand on his shoulder, and he says, "My friend, I think they're back. I don't know how they found us. They're back.
What? Who?
They're here. Here."
I like sort of like take his hand off, like he's acting like, "What's on, man? Are you all right? The vapors get to you?"
I saw them. The things that killed me. The things that almost killed you, all of us.
I'm gonna slap
I
him.
saw them.
Get out of it, man!
A resounding crack echoes through the sewers before finally, like, fading out.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Agni.
It's all right.
Lost
There are
myself.
dangers in here, but we must not let the fear get the better of us. See,
Uh,
I'm not afraid of anybody, and I point to the tattoo on my forehead. Not even
Greg,
God.
Greg, do I see any ghosty boys that are like poking through the wall, like trolling us?
Give me a perception check, Blondie, as you begin to search the walls of the cistern, looking for ghosty boys. All right. That is an 18. Sure enough, you do. The party continues forward for a bit longer, turning a corner, their steps echoing through the cistern, and as like you keep your eyes peeled, you do see ghostly figures stepping out of the walls, very near the periphery of Uldric, before dashing back into them. As you look, they seem to be wearing hoods and long daggers at their waist.
Do these guys look familiar?
I wouldn't say so. You have no reason to recognize them. But they do remind you of different spirits. They have the same shimmering, vaguely corporeal, but sometimes incorporeal look of some fishermen that you may have fought out in the grasslands.
Party, stay alert. We're being stalked by skulks, or we're being skulked by stalks.
All right. You give the word, and as if you had issued a command, the skulks emerge from the walls around you and the party. You have been traversing underneath and around these sewers for some time, and as if they had been listening to you, you see these hooded, robed, cloaked, and dagger-wielding figures like step out of the walls on either side, and you swear you hear them whisper to each of you, "You picked the wrong part of town to be skulking around, boys."
Oh no.
And as this whisper rings out, I want each of you to roll me initiative as they pull their daggers out and look to poke you through holes.
Oh no!
One steps out of this wall here, and one steps out behind this wall here. Alrighty.
Oh, is that McLeod's choking? I like it.
All right, McLeod, you are born ready. With a cat-like reflex, you jump into action as these things whisper at you and bare their daggers. What do you do?
McLeod with a yelp draws his short bow, and I think this one stepped out first to his right, so he's going to fire at that one.
All right. You wield your short bow. In a quick twang, your arrow flies across the sewers. Go ahead and give me a roll to hit.
Oh. There we go. 13.
A 13 will not hit. You see this creature like move more lively and swiftly even than you do. As the arrow flies, it kind of like ducks and tumbles, and then it walks across the edge of the waters as if they were dry land as your arrow flies past it.
Yikes. And I will dash across the floorboards here to the other side.
Excellent. Blondie, you are the next to react, having issued the warning and keeping your eyes peeled. You see the one stepping out of the wall behind you, dagger in hand.
Girls. Then I'm going to take an aggressive stance towards the one in front of me. And then Blondie's going to do something he hasn't done before. At the end of the last session, Blondie sat and he meditated underneath a tree, trying to glean about the failures he had in the last mission that resulted in the death of that novelist guy. And as he did, he found some sort of enlightenment that allowed him to do some cool kung fu moves.
Ooh.
So Blondie's going to Shoryuken and uppercut this girl.
It's a lot of kung fu going on in today's session. I like it. You give him a Shoryuken with an unarmed strike. Your hand makes contact with the cool, like cold, like semi-corporeal face of this hooded figure. You see its hood kind of fall back for a moment, and you see a scar upon the cheek of this thing. But it takes 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
I am not raging, so it's only 8.
You do 8 points of bludgeoning damage to this creature as it kind of like floats back away from your strike.
As he sees it doesn't fall, he goes, attack Takayukin! And he goes for like a spinning, floating kick to knock it down, as he goes for a bonus action unarmed strike.
Excellent. Oh, your monk training is perfect for fighting ghosts. Apparently, you found enlightenment indeed as you strike it for 6 more points of damage. Your spinning kick making its hood fly all the way back. You see a half-elven visage with a long, jagged scar across its cheek and a tattoo of very similar-looking runes to the ones you found in the storehouse from which you walked down into these sewers. The creature is, for all intents and purposes, bloodied. Its astral, incorporeal form, like hardly holding together, but its eyes narrow at yours, and it licks its dagger.
Blondie points out, hey, I just uppercutted and spinning kicked you, and you're almost dead. You should probably just leave. It's not worth it, bro.
As you make this declaration, Agni, it comes to you. What will you do?
Sure. So I think that Agni is going to, with his bonus action, draw out his staff, or I suppose he's probably been using it as a walking stick at this point, but turn it into a proper shillelagh, his quarterstaff. And then he's going to hop over to here and take a swing.
Do you step in the waters, or do you hop upon the, like, rusted, semi-broken pipe?
I try to balance on the rusted, semi-broken pipe.
Alright, you jump up on the pipe. It takes you a moment to steady yourself, but then you take your spiky, thorned shillelagh and bring it crashing down atop the head of this spectral creature with a critical hit. I don't know if you can roll less damage than would kill it, but go ahead and roll anyway. 14 damage. Your spiky shillelagh sends the spirit scattering, its form collapsing into a hump of, like, spectral bullets that you've seen before. These little, like, beads of soft, almost mercury-like droplets.
So with that, I'm going to hop back down and make my way back to Udrik and say, "Come on, Udrik, these guys are nothing. Get them."
All right, and with that
Right.
in your ears,
Right,
Udrik, it's
right.
your turn. What will you do?
Udrik is pumped, and he will just say, yes, we can do this. He'll blast the skull to the
Oh, with your new Buddhist palm Eldritch Blast, you fire a ripple of energy at this creature, and you strike it true as it's stepping across the water, dealing 4 points of damage. I see that you have a new feature there. You want to talk about that?
Indeed. As Udrik's been practicing his combat poses, he's discovered the wonder that he's heard. It's called follow through. He learned that if you follow through with your motions on attacks and things like that, you can push more force and more energy into your attacks. So he's been directing that into his Eldritch Blast, and the sudden power of it will push this creature back.
All right. Do you wish to push it? You push it straight away from you, which is, like, kind of weird in this setting. Do you want to push it the full 10 feet? All right. I think that would put him, like, here-ish. If we, like, kind of drew a diagonal from you. As your blast, you follow through the force of your repelling blast, like, causing him to slide back through the water. His, like, spectral foot, causing it to part in a ripple, like, very anime style. But this hooded figure looks up at you, annoyed.
And after he attacks, Udrik will just, like, not even looking backwards, he will just kind of do like a move back in between his two companions there, and, like, pose, like a Ginyu Force type of pose there.
You strike the Ginyu Force pose. And then the skulk goes. As you pose, you see it float forward 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet over the water, like stepping across it as if it were solid floor. As it does so, it reaches this kind of wooden barricade, and it picks something up out of the waters. McLeod, you have the perfect view to see that wooden bridge was less a bridge and more a, like, guiding point for a cord. Some kind of, like, rope or leather. And as he picks it up out of the water, you see it's connected to this pipe right behind your party. The creature that pulls on it as its action, and the pipe bursts behind you, boiling steam roiling out. I need Blondie, Uldric, and Agni to make me dexterity saving throws DC 13.
Oh,
good successes. All of you see this happening.
Okay.
Your Ginyu Force pose, giving you extra quickness as you dodge with alacrity. But the roiling steam will still strike you. I need you all to take for me 1/2 of 13 fire damage.
And I have that again because I'm resistant.
Perfect. Yes. So you will take 1/2 and then 1/2 again. McCloud, you see this Skulk pull this dirty trick against your Ginyu Force posing friends. What do you do as it comes to your turn?
You all look ridiculous and might have deserved that. Stepping back, I'll take another shot at this spectre-y thing in front of me. With a short bow shot here. This time, even worse.
Oh, no.
And I will dip and duck under this pipe and continue to back up a little bit, taking a quick peek around at my surroundings to make sure there are no more lurking in the shadows.
You take a quick peek and look around, and you are assuaged, at least for the moment, that there are no more lurking nearby you.
Excellent.
But that brings us to Blondie. You've just been embroiled by a steam trap. What will you do?
Is there any penalties due to moving through a allied creature's space?
No. You can move through allied creature spaces, but you cannot end your turn there unless you are like 2 sizes smaller, I think, or maybe a small size creature. Unless you're smaller than them, but you're all medium.
Is it difficult terrain?
Not as far as I know.
Alrighty. So Blondie's gonna race across the rickety bridge, and as he does, he's gonna come through with like a clothesline and try to knock this ghost off his feet.
All right. You come flying across this bridge to try to clothesline the specter. You see it kind of like do the limbo underneath your like outstretched clothesline arm, and it just like bobs down and then floats back up to look at you.
And as he looks back up, he catches an elbow to the face.
Oh, okay. He does indeed. As he floats back up to like give you the boo-boo stare, you just elbow him right in the nose, sending his like hooded cloak back as well. As it does so, you will see a familiar scar across his cheek. Half elvish features and some tattoos in a similar like runic script that you found in the safe house above. Yeah.
Sorry, I was gonna say Blondie says Tunnel Snakes rule, and then ends his turn.
All right. You flash a gang sign at this guy and tell him Tunnel Snakes rule. And you will notice that he is in fact bloodied by your elbow strike. Agni, it comes to you. What will you do?
All right. So first of all, does it look like these boards across will support my weight if I want to go stand next to Blondie?
Yes, they will.
Okay. I'm going to go do that, and I'm going to go try to hit him with my shillelagh.
All right, you race across some wooden boards, and you swing your spiked shillelagh, but the creature has grown wise to the ways of your attacks, and is floating effortlessly away from them across the water.
All right, that's all for now.
Okay. With that, Uldrick, it comes to you. What will you do?
Sorry about that. Apologies. As Udrik sees his 2 friends rush away from him and then miss their attacks, he realizes that the strongest power of all is the power of friendship, and he moves back to rejoin his friends. And bam! Out comes the Eldritch Blast.
All right, you rush forward, and then you Eldritch Blast them. Go ahead and give me that attack roll. Oh!
But he stumbles and misses a little bit, thinking too much about how cool he's gonna look, and then just misses.
All right, you stumble slightly and miss your Eldritch Blast.
I'm just gonna move over to here.
All right.
I'm looking down this way. What's in here?
You
Like,
see a
looking down
stone
this
wall in front of your face.
Oh, that's not that's not an open. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
Excellent. With that, the skulk will go. It looks for a moment at the wood as if contemplating something, and then it decides the better of it, almost like shaking its head in the moment, and instead raises the like curved dagger that was at its waist, and it will attack Blondie. You gave it the elbow that bloodied his nose, and he looks to return the favor with a wicked strike from its blade. It slashes out with a 12 to hit. I don't think that's gonna do it.
Nope.
And then at the end of its turn, it attacked and made a real move. It will attempt to go invisible. Which it succeeds at. Let's go. And this creature you see phase into a different plane in front of your very eyes. Whoop. McLeod, it comes to you. The creature having just phased out of sight in front of your eyes after attacking your friend. What do you do?
I think there's kind of two routes to go about this. Either prepare to attack or look for more strings.
Oh.
So I think I'm gonna like look across the way and examine the pipe near my friends. Yeah, maybe over here as well as over here.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception or investigation check, your choice. Perception is a 16. All right. You quickly notice that this pipe here does in fact have a string. That string is like draped across this little device. This would have been a grate or some kind that would have caught, I don't know, debris through this rushing bit of water, but it's long since broken. But wrapped across it is a leather cord, very similar to the one you saw before. Your eyes are also good enough, and perhaps your Outlander experience good enough, that you see a similar cord on this grate here. And it seems to be attached to this large pipe.
Oh, wow. Okay. I am going to dip under this pipe again, coming right here. And would that perception check have taken my full action?
No.
Then I am going to, keeping an eye on the thread attached to this pipe, I'm going to knock an arrow and hold an action to attack anywhere along the string that I see it move.
Okay, so what is the trigger for your attack?
Kind of like the like if the string is being pulled wherever the apex is, like the pull point.
Okay. If the string gets pulled, you will shoot the pull point. I like that. Okay. Blondie, it comes to you. What will you do? As you have seen this creature just kind of disappear in front of your eyes.
And then just making sure I understand, because I think you've rooted this way pretty much all 3 seasons. If a creature turns invisible, we essentially don't know where they are anymore, right?
You do not know. You know that the last place you saw it was attacking you with a knife right here. I will let you attack any square you want with disadvantage. But yes, you are not 100% certain that it's still there.
Gotcha. God, I wish I had like some cool AoE stuff I could do here. Let's do it this. So Blondie's going to take the dodge action, for his action, and then he's going to move 10 feet back here.
All right. You take the dodge action, preparing yourself to dodge, duck, dive, however you need to protect yourself, and you scoot across the wooden beam, landing safely next to McClod with an arrow drawn.
And as he ends his turn, he says, I can't see him. Where is he?
Move! I'm trying to find him!
As your companions bicker, Agni, it comes to you. What do you do?
So I think for my turn, what I'm going to do is likewise move. I'm going to move to this point and ready in action so that if the skulk appears next to me, that I'll take a swing at it with my shillelagh.
Okay, you ready your shillelagh, preparing to do some damage. Uldric, it comes to you. As your companions ready themselves, what do you do?
So, last time Uldric fought these things, he was not smart enough to... Actually, I think I did attack the correct location, but it still killed me either during the process, right? We both hit and I died, sorta.
I don't remember the exact circumstances of the fight from a few weeks ago. I'm sorry.
No, that's fair. But Uldric knows that he needs to be careful with these things. So he's going to take the dodge action.
Okay.
And I'm going to... he starts to move over here next to Agni, but then he looks at the pipe right next to him, and he looks over to Agni, and you see his like internal hesitation of like, this is a dangerous place, but my friend is here. Do I leave or do I stay? He is going to step back a little bit, staying in range of his friend, and then go right back to where he was. Just dodging. And that's me. Dodge action. I'm shown.
All right, very good. With that, it becomes the Skulk's turn. And sure enough, McClod, you see the tether on this grate begin to bunch, as if some unseen hand were grasping it.
Excellent. I think I know what hex to shoot at then. It's just a matter of hitting.
All right, you let fly at the invisible creature. Go ahead and make me a roll to hit at disadvantage.
Nat 1.
Oh, your arrow flies, and your arrow, in fact, doesn't hit the ghost, but hits the tether that you have been aiming at for so long. Your muscles just, like, tensed up, and that's where you shot. And the arrow strikes the cord. The pipe breaks, and a flood of liquid and water comes pouring out of it. The entire area of the sewers here gets filled with the foul liquid up to your knees. It swims and churns about you as you are flooded. Yes.
Ew.
Oh, just you. Okay. As you are like battered by this water, I want. Oh, I'm not sure you can even see that thing I just drew because I did it on the wrong layer. Boom! There we go. And this thing comes into focus as it pulls the lever crunk. I want all four of you to make me Constitution saving throws. Oh, the saves are strong today.
All 5 of us?
Did I... Oh, no, not him. No. You had me really concerned. I was, like, missing somebody's pet. And I was like, who? Mozilla hasn't been, like, brought out yet. And I was like, okay. Anyway.
I don't have a pet yet.
Okay.
Not in game,
right.
anyway.
One day. All of you saved successfully. None of you are diseased, but you will all take 1/2 of 4 points of acid damage. So I would like all of you to take 2 points of acid damage unless you further resist it. All right. McClaw.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say
sorry.
this guy's gonna home alone us to death. We need to kill this guy.
All right, McCloud, you are not in your chair at the moment. I hope Nova is doing well. But it has come back to your turn as the nasty waters buffet the legs and back of you and your party. What do you do?
Fuck! I just cleaned these! Fires another shot. This time a 16.
Ooh, that 16 will in fact hit. Go ahead and roll me damage. 8 points of damage. All right, I didn't even need to restart the battle music. McCloud, your arrow flies true, striking this creature dead in the sewers. Please describe to me how you defeat this creature.
I think this time I'm aiming for the hand that pulled the string, and I think I wait for the moment where his hand is crossing his chest, so I just pierce it into his body, and right into the chest, and I go, piece of shit, and then I reach behind me and pull something out and just flick.
All right. You do exactly thus. The creature falls dead in the water. You see floating past you in the rush, some globules of almost solid mercury, little beads, that this creature's body turns into. I'm sure one of you, at least, will reach on by and collect these, as you have a few veterans of the Mists on the team that know these to be valuable back at, probably particularly Hocus Focus, the new Enchanter study, that has quite a bit of value for baubles and trinkets and strange materials.
Are you sure you should be touching that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Let's see here. Udric, this was your encounter. I want you to roll me 6d8. All right, you collect 25 gold worth of these baubles and beads made of almost solid mercury. They are valuable, and you pocket them, ready to bring them back to town at the end of your adventure here.
I think as Udric's putting them into his new fancy clothes, muttering about how they got dirty and slimy and sewery. Some of the he hears a plop 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 sound. Then he realizes all the things he put in his pockets have been falling out, where the acid's worn through one of the pockets. So he puts them all back into a different pocket on the other side of his clothes. And as he does so, he will look about and he'll say, "So that's not bad. That was better. That was better. Okay, I think we can do this." And then can I recast False Life now that the temporary hit points have been fully drained by combat and I've taken actual damage?
Yeah, absolutely. Take another swig of that old wine bottle and give her a refresh.
Yep.
All right.
Feels real good. Great.
Oh, nothing cures the battle wounds like a big old swig of booze, Keeps you going.
This is a fraction of a second longer than the previous sip.
Does anyone need healing, or are we good to move on?
We all need healing.
I mean, you want healing? You need it?
I would like to take a short rest.
That's fine by me.
All right.
Maybe like not in an area with pooling shit, but like elsewhere.
Yeah, I do not think we should rest here. It's even for my senses, this is battle.
Yeah, no
want
wonder
the-
why you guys are so easy to get sick from this stuff. You're such city folk. Just hang out, bro.
Dude, I live in the mountains.
You
You don't
this-
have to be a city
no
person
one-
to- like
I know
the
about what you
urban-
do. You climb mountains. Hey, you don't live in mountains. Come on now.
Look, no one should have to like suffer this environment longer than necessary. Like, if you want to rest, like, do you want to just go back?
No.
So let's move on.
10 minutes to bandage your wounds. Look, there are bandages everywhere. Some used syringes. It'll be fine.
All right.
It might take us longer than that, perhaps even an hour. Udrich says, as he hands Blondie a comb and says, "Here, this will make you feel better."
Am I supposed to comb my wounds? My burns?
Comb the poop out of your fur.
As you question,
If you lived in a city, you'd know how to use a comb.
Whoa.
As you question
feel attacked.
the use of this comb, I'm going to point out that in the previous editions of The Mist, you're right, I had created short rests to be 10-minute things meant to go rather quickly. I have, if in the travel and rest document or in the player handout about resting in the Roll20, you can see that we are moving back towards the hour short rest for season 3 here in a dungeon, and it uses an exploration point worth of time when you're moving about the map. So we are essentially in a dungeon at the moment. If you would like to spend an hour in a relatively safe location, which, seeing as you just killed all the things here and your immediate surroundings, seems reasonable, and bind up some wounds, take some time to rest, whatever else, you may do so, but it's not as the 10 minutes that you remember from previous seasons of The Mist.
Yeah, Blondie's gonna ignore the two city folk, and he's already sitting cross-legged, grabbing some bandages out of the water and using them to cover his wounds. Because, nothing heals wounds like some good old bacteria,
Yes, this is well-known wisdom of the woods. Bacteria is the best for,
If you
getting
ever
healthy.
had a cut, your dad will always tell you to let the dog lick it, right? So, that's how it goes.
Unironically, dogs lick wounds because their saliva acts as a form of antiseptic. It actually kills bacteria.
Look at that! Hey!
Anyway,
Always kiss your dogs, folks. Always.
I know what Agni will be doing for the long rest of the evening. He'll be taking care of the disease-ridden friend, but it's all right.
All right, you spend an hour dressing wounds, whether with spit or bacteria or something else entirely. You perhaps eat at a few rations that you tucked away, drink from some water skins, and you may take the benefits of a short rest here in the cistern. The short rest, as I am sure we've talked about to this point, but you can go over again, will allow you to use any number of hit dice that you have remaining in your pool, up to 1/2 the maximum number of hit dice that you own, to regain HP. You will also regain the benefits of a short rest in terms of spells and class features. But you will not have access to your long rest resources. All right.
I think Udrich will spend this short rest. He'll find the least shitty, least sewery part of the sewer that he can.
Mm-hmm.
Take out his bedroll and just take a little nap.
Excellent.
Nice and comfortable. And then he'll wake up after an hour, all of his like gusto and strength drained from napping, and he'll burp himself into being awake as he recasts his false life.
Oh, because you get your spell slots back on a short rest.
No, false life is an invocation, so I can get it for free, but it only lasts an hour, so the short rest drained the whole duration of the spell, so I gotta recast it.
All right. So you do. You take another little swig of some spirits, and top your fiendish vigor back up. As you do so, who else is going to be taking the lead of this next section of exploration here in the sewers below?
We usually go one person per day, right?
That is what we do on the top. Yeah, I think we should do the same down here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had Uldric go and Agni. So McCloud or Blondie?
I can go. I'll take the lead. I think during the short rest, I'll have disconnected the one wire that I saw, very gingerly. And as I'm going, I'm looking closely for other types of traps like that. I'm not particularly proficient at that, but I at least now know what to look for.
You have experience with traps indeed. So as you're exploring, you're looking out for traps to keep yourself safe. Are you doing anything in particular to lead the party or to find discoveries, or is this merely a lead the way forward and look for traps kind of situation?
Let me see here. I think I'm looking for well, we know that this there's been some stuff stashed around here, obviously. So
Indeed.
I think I'm also kind of keeping an eye out for any particular valuables or evidence of areas that are used. So looking out for, I guess, any tracks, which would be something more in line with my expertise.
Okay. Excellent. So
evidence of activity.
I think that both looking for traps and evidence of activity kind of fall in like the same skill set in 5e, weirdly enough, and that is survival. I would like for you to make me a survival wisdom check as you are leading the party carefully through these stone sewers, avoiding as best you can the pipes along the walls, searching for cords, listening for the sounds of these spectral beings. And you rolled an 18. You are, in fact, quite successful at this. You spend some time searching around, and eventually your keen and cautious eyes will lead you to a set of kind of runic-looking drawings upon certain pipes, upon certain corners. They might perplex you for a moment, but then you remember your friend Blondie coming to you to talk about these symbols that he saw at the stash house, and you think these must be that like thiefy cant written upon different pipes and walls. You spend some time following this for a moment, winding through the cistern and the tunnels, led on by a word here, a glyph there, before eventually finding your way to a opening in the sewers, kind of the path splitting open into a wider area, and here there seemed to be a room or some kind of service area built into the sewers. It's hard to tell as it is ruined and crumbling in many locations, but as you approach, you see it to be overgrown. There is a simple entrance, but on either side of it, there are large plant-like creatures growing out of the waters. As you approach, the more you look upon it, you will see that they appear to be almost placed there, sentry-like, in front of this open room. And as you are turning the corner, you spy a simple gap, like opening between them, where the floor has been broken and only stones remain. And here in that gap, you see a pile of dirt, as if a large mound were created by someone or something. And next to it, the skeletal remains of somebody long since dead. What do you do as you stare upon this scene?
I will, upon discovering this, start making a lot of like hand gestures that we use in the Highlands. Obviously, I have no experience traveling with these folk or using this form of communication with them, so I'm sure it just looks like me going.
Chaz hands him back.
Excellent.
Yeah, Udrik does his best to kind of copy your motions, but you can see he's confused.
What the hell are those things?
What?
Shut the fuck up! There's plant traps.
It's plants. They can't hear us.
They can. It's vibration in the air.
Plants don't have ears.
But they can feel vibration in the air. Hearing is just touch. It's an extension of touch.
How do you know this? Who
Can I
are
make
you?
a nature check to know whether plants can hear?
I flashback to physics guide for dummies. Visit to a library in the past.
Absolutely. Go ahead and make me a nature intelligence check, Mr. Agni.
Unfortunately, we don't have those books in stock. And,
No,
books
this is
are
in my
couple-
past. This is a deep flashback.
With a 14, you know that there's some debate about whether plants can actually hear, but they most definitely understand. They most definitely can feel vibrations, and they understand like carbon dioxide emissions quite well. There's a lot of evidence that you know that talking to plants is really good for their growth. But you are unfamiliar with these in particular, and as you stare upon them, they seem less like any plant that you've seen before and more like creatures. The plants are moving and writhing. They seem to be like almost cockeyed towards McLeod and you as you argue about vibrations. It's hard to say that they have a head or a face or an ear, but you get the distinct impression that they may be looking upon you.
Does it look like these plants are rooted to the ground?
It's hard to say, though what would be the roots of the creature reach underneath the waters that are spilling into this now open service room and broken stonework. You don't see them, and they do seem to move and writhe, at least in place, as you observe them.
How did it get worse? They can hear you. You can't see the bottom of them, and they're mobile.
I'm gonna
Greg.
like reach forward and lay a hand on Blondie, and pull out my my little paralytic gas bomb and hand it, like place it in his hand and motion like tossing it, and I'll pat Blondie on the back again.
Udrik looks at you and just points to himself and nods excitedly, like, "Yeah, me, give to me."
All
I give it
right.
to Blondie.
Okay.
I give
Fine.
one to Udry.
All right. We play past the bottle. And Uldrick, you
Yep.
stand on the corner of Fifth Avenue, ready to throw a paralytic gas canister towards some potentially plant creatures. What do you do?
Udric holds the vial in one hand, and using the other, he will conjure himself a third hand.
Oh, that's what your plan was.
I can use my magic.
All right.
Blondie,
He
it's
stops
also
and
co-
points
it-
to himself and nods with excited and holds over.
Blondie,
wait.
it's also called photosensitivity. The light we're emitting with our fucking magic, they can sense that too.
Udric looks at what was his name? Sorry, McLeod, and he like grunts at you like sort of unspoken like shut up.
Sorry.
Agni looks unamused as he just like naturally gives off light because his hair is kind of like on fire. Like I'm offended.
Plants must love you.
I'll direct my mage hand to move over this way with the vial.
He says
and
plants
then-
must love him, and we have a flashback to all the trees Agni has burned over the past 2 sessions he's been in.
You have a momentary flashback of trees burning, but then a spectral floating hand with a vial of who knows what begins to float across the cistern, flying its way up to these creatures. As the mage hand gets to about this point in front of the first plant creature, you see a viney tendril whip up out of the waters and slam into it like a whip. It sends the hand flying and shatters the bottle. As it does so, a cloud of gas appears, covering this area in it. As the gas like fills this area, you hear almost like stretching or groaning from this plant. It almost as if it is rubbing up against like wood or stone. But soon the sounds begin to dissipate.
Well, are we gonna engage in combat or not, guys?
Yeah, I guess.
Throw the
this
other bottle.
here is-
Wait, what are we doing? Throw the other bottle.
Maybe we should stop throwing things, and maybe we should start talking things. We need to figure out what we're gonna do here, okay?
Kill him.
Talking to plants helps them. Weren't you reading?
No, I can't read.
What? Didn't you?
Picture books.
Agni's gonna-
Yeah, I see it.
Question for you, Greg. Is this? Can I stand there? In that square?
You want to stand in the water? Yeah.
No. I'm asking. Is there like grounds? It looks like there's some. Can I?
Yeah,
Can I
under all the
talk to you?
shit.
Yeah, so where there's like stonework, like here, like there's stone. Where there's like yellowish, greenish liquid, you're like it's like pooling like waters from the sewers.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Can I stop in this square on the stone, attack, and then move back?
I mean, sure. I mean, you could even like switch places with Uldric if you wanted to, or I mean, Blondie if you wanted to. Right? Like you can get to that corner and attack if you wished.
Yeah. I think seeing that their plan to hit this creature with the vial has worked, Udric's gonna step forward.
Do we
fire
want
up.
to coordinate this and fire at the same time?
Sure.
Do you say any of that in character? Because in character, you're kind
honestly,
of doing a charade thing.
I-
Udric does not.
I don't know how I ended up over here by myself. maybe I kind of
Well,
like
you were
around
leading the
corner.
party and you like turned the corner, right? Like
Sure.
all of this is like an overhang in my mind. Right?
Oh, I see. Okay. Then yeah, I'd be like, as I see you drawing your weapon, I'll knock an arrow too, and kind of like do eyes with you to try and do this simultaneously.
Oh
Okay.
fuck.
In that case, yeah, we'll both attack at the same time. Go with that.
I were
Udrik will
ready at dart, I
over
guess.
and
All
he'll go ahead and
right.
just-
You ready weapons, pulling arrows back in the bow, knocking a dart, getting ready to cast your magics, and as you prepare for your alpha strike, we're going to go ahead and take our first break here. We will go grab some water, some snacks, whatever else we may need, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. And on the other side, we'll see what the consequences of our actions are. Until then, everybody, we will see you soon. All right, and welcome back, Internet. At the beginning of our break, we saw our party finding a strange room guarded by large plant-like creatures after one of them smashed a mage hand with a vial of poison, causing a cloud to form in front of it. The party was readying to form an alpha strike attack. Arrows were knocked. Buddhist palm, Eldritch blasts were prepared, slings were knocked, and I want all of you to roll your attacks. These plant-like creatures groan and move in the cloud of poison, but they do not seem to move towards you, at least for the moment. All right, we have a magical stone, it seems, hurled towards the creature. With a 12 to hit, Agni, you will see the stone strikes true. Go ahead and roll me damage. For 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Excellent. You strike this thing. You see like a little bit of sap leak out from one of its bundles of vines and things, but it does not injure it overly much. McLeod, you have struck with a short bow. Your arrow pierces through the tangling branches and vines of this creature. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
And sorry, I wanted to break my sling with that to do max damage.
Right? Sure. Yeah, you decide to use the player option to break your weapon. You pull and sling your sling to the max it can go. Just as you unleash the pebble, the cord rips and tears. It comes with an extra delicious burst of kinetic energy, and you deal some amount more damage. 2 more damage. All right. Oh no, 4 more damage. You're correct. I misread your dice. All right. McLeod, your arrow comes piercing through. A little bit more sap comes trickling out from where you hit it, dealing 6 more points of damage. Blondie, you chuck a dart, firing it with all of your might. Go ahead and roll me some damage as it too finds purchase in this creature.
Is the creature paralyzed?
It does not appear to be so.
Oh, fuck.
Your dart strikes true as well, sticking into its mass of flowers and vines and whatnot. A little bit of sap comes pouring out as it does 6 more points of damage. Finally, Uldric, your Eldritch Blast unfortunately does not work out the way you intended. Your Buddhist palm technique goes off, but it is an ineffective wave of energy. It barely seems to, flutter the flowery appendages of this creature. As your Alpha Strike round goes off, I want each of you to roll me initiative.
Why, Greg? The plants are stuck in their current location. They can't get up and walk like giants.
I'm sure
No.
that is true.
Oh my god, it's a corpse flower. Oh, joy.
All right. That brings us to initiative order. The dawning realization of these creatures comes to you, Blondie, as they could begin to squelch up out of the water, sucking watery sounds around them. It comes to your initiative. What do you do?
Greg, I would like to somehow wake up back home. That was a horrible dream. I thought
you
they were.
click your heels together and say, "There's no place like home. There's no place like home."
If you
thought
are
they were-
scared, we can run.
I thought there were 2 CR5 monsters in front of me. Oh, that was a spooky dream. And then I open my eyes back up, and I see Udrix can take them, and I'm like, fuck. So Blondie is going to. Jesus Christ. Let us throw another dart, shall we?
All
Why not,
right.
right? I'll throw it at the same one that's currently over there, closest to us. 25.
Your dart flies true and perfect, slamming into the creature in front of you through the poisonous cloud. Go ahead and roll me damage. For 7 more points of damage. 16, 22, 33. Excellent.
And then I am going to move as far back as humanly possible.
All right, you sling your dart and you go rushing backwards as fast as your legs will take you.
Right there.
All right, excellent. Blondie, your turn ends, and Agni, it comes to you as you see your friend darting back along the steps that you took down here. What do you do?
So, we've done a pretty significant amount of damage so far, at least for our level. How is the one that we hit looking?
It's got like an arrow and 2 darts sticking out of it. It's got some sap leaking down in some places.
But it
but
wouldn't be bloodied?
No.
Okay. Guys, I think that discretion is the better part of valor, and that we may want to retreat from this. I didn't realize how tanky these would be. So, I am going to try and stall them, and what I'm going to do is use my action to summon a friend. I am going to bring out a little firefox. In fact, the one that you see sort of wrapped around Agni's shoulders in his character photo. And this friend is named Mozilla. So this expends the use of my wild shape. And because I'm the circle of the wildfire druid. So it's a little spirit. And when it is summoned, each creature within 10 feet of the spirit needs to succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 2d6 fire damage. So I'm going to do, and I'm going to summon it over closer to there so that it doesn't hit our good friend.
Perfect. All right. In a burst of flames from the elemental plane of fire comes a fox, a spiritual fox that erupts in this cloud. I want you to do one thing for me while I roll a saving throw against this. I believe it's a dex save, correct? I want you to roll me an additional 5d6.
All right.
Ooh. This creature fails its dexterity saving throw, and you see this cloud, this poisonous cloud that had been lingering here, erupt in flames. A searing wall of fire fills this area for a moment, and this creature takes 23 points of damage, which is in fact more than enough to bloody it from this stage.
We can win. We can fight.
Okay. Well, this is a good turn of fortune. I am going to use my bonus action to have it, to have the creature use its ability, Flame Seed, which makes it attack. So,
does
24 to
the
hit.
spirit require you to take your bonus action to summon it and then also to command it?
So it's the action to summon it.
The action to
bonus
summon it
action
and
to
your
command
bonus
it.
action to command it. Got it. Perfect. It does. What does it look like when your fiery fox shoots a seed of flame at this creature?
You stop that.
So,
Gray.
it's sort of like one of its tails shrinks and sort of and a little mote of fire appears like in front of its nose, and then it flicks its head forward and sends it at the creature.
Excellent. You see the fox do just this as the plant creature takes another 6 points of damage, which will bring it all the way to death's door, but no further. Flames flicker and lick across this mass of mounds and vines. You see the sap leaking from it, mixing with the yellowish concoction of the waters below. Parts of this creature have ripped open from the force of the flames, and you see corpses poking out of this sack in the center of the creature, of long dead creatures subsumed by the flowers.
I'm gonna yell at the others to throw their gas grenades or whatever we want to call them if they can.
All right, McLeod. It comes to you, having seen this tour de force of fire in the sewers. What do you do?
I think bedazzled by the flames, I think McLeod doesn't quite register what is being asked of him, and it's gonna just let loose another arrow into this fiendish mass of vegetation.
Excellent.
With a short bow shot, I guess a 9.
I think perhaps that you are so dazzled by this wall of fire that you shoot directly into the ripped open sack of this creature, and you see your arrow strike the corpse of one of its many victims.
Yeah, and I will just take a couple steps back.
All right, Udric, it comes to you, having witnessed this explosion. What do you do?
You are muted. There you go.
Yeah, my Discord froze for a second. Seeing this explosion on the creature, and seeing it almost dead, Udrix takes a nice shot.
Are you frozen? No. Okay. You just
minor house emergency. Give me 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, please, by all means. Okay. Well, hopefully minor house emergency is less awful than it sounds.
Coming to his senses, McLeod will shout, "Valor is the better part of valor! Keep fighting!"
Excellent.
So what do you guys do for fun around here?
Valor! Stop talking and shoot!
Loves the guy who can't hit it.
All
right. Udrich finally finishes posing, and the Eldritch Blast comes out.
All right. You do an extra long Buddhist palm formation this time, and you fire. But
it naturally is just directly straight down. Mid pose, he prematurely Eldritch Blasts.
Don't worry, it happens to the best warlocks.
He kind of looks around, takes a couple steps back, and says, "Ugh, oops."
All right, you stumble backwards, having prematurely blasted the wall next to this creature, and you see it come time for the creatures themselves to move. This one here strides forwards, stumbling into the same square as your small fox, and you see it open up the center of its mass, and inside you see a trap where only pieces of corpses had stuck out before. It opens a maw, and you see inside at least a dozen humanoid corpses along sticky tendrils, and it attempts to swallow your fox whole. And it shall do so with a 14. Does that hit?
It does hit. It only has an AC of 13.
All right. Your fox is swallowed. At the start of each of its turns, it will take digestion damage. But as it is swallowed, it continues to move. 20 feet to right there. This one here is going to start surging forward as well. Going 20 feet to there. And then we're going to see it does not quite have range on any of you. And it just kind of shuffles forward another like 5 feet until it bumps into its homie.
Oh, excuse me.
All right. With that, it comes back to you, Blondie. You've heard the cries of valor, but you have rushed back away from the fighting. What will you do?
You said I can can I climb this? I don't know.
Sure. You could like climb the wall to get up on this like pole up here. Yeah. Or that like.
Well, I was thinking about running across whatever the heck this was.
Yeah. You could climb up to get on top of that pipe, and then like rush across the other side. Yeah.
How much movement would that take?
Let's see. We'll say that the height of the sewers, like the top of that pole, is gonna be like 15 feet. No, we'll say it's 10 feet. 10 feet seems reasonable to the pole. It's probably not gonna be like the whole ceiling. So do you have a climbing speed?
No, so it would be double.
It would
so
be
I'm
double,
not
so it'd be
even
20 feet to get to the pole itself.
I'll just go here,
Okay.
here around the corner, and I see that thing just ate fire, which makes no sense. And I go, oh. And then I pull out my gun, and then I go, eat this. Damn it.
All right, you pull out another dart. You give it the best one-liner you can, but this one's seen Predator too many times. It cares not for your wittiness, and your dart just kind of gets batted away by one of its like thriving tentacles in front of it as it moves.
There we are. Good luck.
All right.
Oh, as a bonus action, do I want to rage? Nah, it's cool. We're chill.
Famous
last word.
Agni, it comes back around to you. What will you do?
So I think that what I'm going to do is hold my action to produce flame, lob a the flame that from produce flame at one of the plant creatures. And I think rather specifically what I'm trying to do is I'm hoping that the trigger is going to be when somebody like throws a gas grenade there, so that I can catch it on fire then.
Okay, you will throw a produce flame cantrip at the gas cloud when it is broken in their area.
But
okay.
for my action, or for my bonus action, I'm going to command my Firefox to use its fiery teleportation ability.
All right.
Which allows it to teleport up to 15 feet to an unoccupied space I can see.
Before you do, it is the start of the fox's turn, essentially.
Okay.
Before we resolve its teleportation, I want Mozilla to make me a Constitution saving throw against being digested.
Okay. That's
A 6. That is a failure. I need Mozilla to take 8 points of acid damage at the start of its turn.
No problem.
All right.
It's still up.
It's still up. Go ahead and fiery teleport.
Alright, so it is going to teleport over here. And when it does, there's like a burst of flame inside the creature's stomach.
Mm-hmm.
And it will take... Oh, wait 1 second. How much is it here? Let's see. I will roll this here. It's going to take 6 fire damage.
All right. 33 and 23 is 56, and 6 is 62, and 6 is 68. That is enough to fell this plant creature. You see an eruption inside its stomach as fire rips through the like bulging sack of corpses at its center. Its vines catch fire, its petals wilt on its flowers, and it falls into the muck, causing like a wave of sludge and slime to like roil across the area.
All right, that's my turn.
All right. So McCloud, you see this like roiling wave rush past you towards the grate to your left, or I guess you're right, considering you're facing. What do you do as the single other creature remains?
I think the flicker of the teleportation like draws my attention, and just past Mozilla, I see the flicker of flame being spawned in magic. And I nod, and I will take out my poisonous vial and toss it in the direction of this.
Right. Make me a thrown like weapon attack with a improvised weapon.
Please don't.
Oh yes.
Just a dex check. With proficiency.
So you are. I assume you are proficient in improvised weapons, or no?
Simple and martial.
Yeah, I'll give you improvised. This is cool. You've got some background in chucking rocks, I'm sure. Go ahead and roll Dex plus proficiency.
I'll just roll a saving throw because I'm proficient with that.
Perfect. That is a
15.
15. That's good enough. Your grenade strikes true. It breaks right in front of this thing, and a cloud of gas appears in front of it. It doesn't seem affected by the poison. It hasn't been damaged yet, so we wouldn't know that it heals itself in the, like, poison. But before you even get a chance to notice anything, a flicker of fire strikes it, and it explodes in a wall of flame, very similar to what it was before. I want you to roll me 5d6. For 15 points of fire damage. All right. Does it
plus the 6 from the produced flame?
Do you hit with a 14? You do. All right. Plus the 6. I'll take it. Let's see if it saves at all against your fire. It does. But it will take 6 plus half of 15, which we will call 8. For 14 points of fire damage. Excellent. With that, the flame settles, smoke begins to clear, and Uldric, you see a singed plant creature in front of you. What do?
Now able to fully express himself with the battle raging fully, Uldric roars once again as the explosion blasts this thing, and then he comes out. Maneuvers, Eldritch Blast, go.
All right, you once again fire a wave of energy, this time striking true as it ripples through the center of mass of these writhing vines. That does 12 points of damage. Excellent. As you do so, it is a big-ass flower, but I don't really think that matters. It gets blasted back 10 feet away from you, down this, like, gross runnel of cistern water.
And then Uldric stands there next to his 2 allies, not giving an inch.
All right.
No, out of game. I suspect the thing is slow as shit, and we're fine. So I'm not too worried.
With that,
That's my turn.
It comes to the creature's turn. The creature, like, rises back up out of the water. It's like vines and tendrils slapping through them, sending splashes everywhere as it rushes forward. 5, 10, 15. This one can go to the back. 20, 25 feet. Where it does, in fact, touch squares with McCloud. Rather than shoot anything at you, it will slap at you with a tentacle attack. Its vines rising up to slam down upon you. It tries to tentacle you with a 16. Does that hit?
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
All right. I want for you to take 6 point or 1 point, a d6, 1 point of bludgeoning damage, and I want you to make me a Constitution saving throw. DC 12.
No.
That
I
is
will
a
not.
failure. Excellent. In that case, I want you to take an additional 9 points of poison damage.
How is this poison damage administered?
Through the secretions of its vine-like tentacle.
So it slaps me with its tentacle, and I'm like, "Hey, it doesn't hit so hard." And then I vomit and just fall to the ground.
Oh no! Okay.
A fresh corpse.
You fall to the ground in a face full of vomit on the... Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take
No,
mine
no,
away.
you're good. You're good.
Nope.
You do it. You do it. It's yours.
You teeter on the brink of life and death, bleeding out. Blondie, it comes to you. You see your new companion fall face first after the attack. What do you do?
Blondie reaches down and he looks at McLeod, and he says, "Stand strong, but be proud. You are strong," or whatever that guy from the anime says. And as he does, he reaches down with green energy in his hands, and he gives you 5 points of healing.
All right.
Ooh, excellent.
And a level of exhaustion.
No, so I want you to mark that your character is marked by the grave. So you have experienced near death. You are not exhausted yet, but until that mark is gone, any future times that you would go down to 0 hit points and come back up, you will gain a level of exhaustion.
There we go.
I was about to say, oh boy, the 2024 rules let you make a bonus action punch every turn. You don't have to use an action. But, yeah, no. I cannot do anything in my bonus actions.
Those aren't even out yet.
Blondie puts his hands up and then freezes, and he ends his turn.
All right. Agni, it comes to you. What will you do?
So who has the last gas bottle? Because we may want to use that here. Is it Blondie or is it Utrick? I would know because I passed them out. So which one of you guys has it?
I believe I have the last one. I think. I'm pretty sure.
You guys each had 1. I had 0. So I used 1 for the mage hand. You used 1 just now.
Okay.
And I had Blondie. So McLeod has it, I believe.
No, I threw mine last turn.
I'm going to suggest that one of you two grab it and chuck it, maybe behind the creature. I'm going to.
Aggie, you have it right now.
Oh, I have it?
Yeah.
I used Blondie's. McLeod used his, and you have the third.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go. So in that case, I will go and chuck mine, aiming for behind the creature.
All right.
And then with my bonus action, I'm gonna hope to use my Firefax to set it on fire.
All right. I like the idea that in character you have a shouting match across the sewers. Like, throw the grenade! I don't have it! You have it! You throw the grenade! And then you finally, like, reach in your pocket. You're like, oh, shit, I do have it! And then you start hurling it. So, you're aiming at this spot here. I want you to roll me a improvised weapon attack roll, like we did with our good friend McLeod, to hit the spot you want to hit.
All right. So is that's going to be D20 plus proficiency plus dex or not?
Yes,
proficient?
please.
Like,
I'll give you guys proficiency in throwing rocks or something. It sounds good to me.
all right. Yeah, there we go.
That is a 21. You hit exactly where you want to hit, lobbing this thing back. As before, it expands into a cloud of gas. This time, creature has been injured. I want you to roll me 2d6, please.
Oh no.
Dex.
Excellent. You see the poison of this gas like seep into the the flowers and the like sacks of this creature, and it seems to almost rejuvenate it some amount, as it just seems to like gain a greener hue, a little like more vibrant. But you don't notice this long, because soon Mozilla flicks its tail and spits pepper breath right into the thing. That will hit the creature. Go ahead and roll me damage for the attack. It will take 3 points of fire damage. It will save against your explosion, which I think it... 14 does meet number exactly, which it does. So it will take 6 from the explosion of 5d6, and it will take 3 from the fire for 9 additional points of damage, which brings us to 14, 26, 29, which is just short of bloodying it.
I think I'm gonna back up then. Otherwise, yeah, I think that's about it.
All right, excellent. You back up after causing the explosion, and McCloud, you are prone on the ground, having just awoken from the verge of death. What do you do?
Laying on the ground, my bow strewn out in front of me, but seeing how close this beast is, I will grab the dagger from my sheath and I guess start slashing at the tentacles that are flailing around me.
Excellent.
And I will hit for 21 with 3 damage.
Excellent. That brings it to 32, which is going to be enough to bloody the creature. All right. Well, McCloud, your slashing comes to an end, and Uldric, it comes back to you. What will you do?
Seeing as this creature is now advancing upon them, flailing and having taken down his ally, McCloud, who's now valiantly gotten back up, Udric will you will see like a slight change in his like in the sort of tone of the like the camera shot that we have. It'll turn to like a black and white, like a serious face, and he'll look at the thing and he'll say, "No more games." He'll step down here, and we're gonna thunder wave in front of him.
All right. It's really unfortunate that I had it pointed out to me you can shape Thunderwave in front of you. But the old me has been disproven. Your Thunderwave comes in a box in front of you. A concussive blast of sonic energy races through the catacombs. The creature will make its save first, which it will do so. Successfully taking half damage and not being knocked back. So it will take... why do you have the extra? Oh, Genie's Wrath. Perfect. Got it. It will take 5 points of damage. As this happens, the force of the like cacophonous, thunderous energy weakens the very foundations of the cistern around you. Uldric, I want you to make me a saving throw for the very walls of this place around you. Go ahead and roll me a d20. Your DC essentially is going to be 12. That is a failure. The rocks begin to fall around you. First, just a small trickle of pebbles and stone, and then in a torrent, pieces of metal fall from the same kind of ceilings and roofs. The waters begin to splash around you. I need all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 living creatures in the area to make me dexterity saving throws.
Oh, fuck.
Sorry about the squares. I don't know what happened.
No worries.
Wait, did that corpse flower just roll?
It just crit. Yeah, it was doing good stuff.
It did like the Matrix. It's like.
Do you need a disadvantage for being prone?
You did say that you did not get up and you are prone.
Correct.
Yes,
I
would
specifically
like.
stated.
I would like disadvantage.
All right, 17.
All right. We have 1, 2, 3.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Oh, Agni
Sorry.
kind of went crazy here. I think he rolled twice. We have 1, 2, 3 failures.
I rolled 1 for Mozilla, 1 for myself.
Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. We have 4 failures and McLeod, who like rolls next to the like stonework next to him and like braces himself, and it offers some protection. The rest of you, I want you to take for me 14 bludgeoning damage as the like collapsing walls around you fall upon your heads. The creature here is going to take worse though, as it is still in the center of this place. It will take half of 37, which is going to be 16 is 32, 14 is 38. It's going to take 13. Which brings us to Death's Door. All right. Is everyone still up?
Yeah.
All right.
I have 1 hit point.
You have 1 hit point.
Did I take half of 14 or nothing?
Mozilla goes down.
Mozilla goes down. Unfortunate. You take nothing. You are protected against the edge of the wall there, and you are not in the weakened area. You were not in like this area where the walls have caved in and weakened. You are on like the strong side over here. All right. Uldrick.
Can I?
Is your turn
I-
over, or do you have more to do?
Yeah, if I have movement, I'm gonna back away from this thing.
Okay,
Back to
sure thing.
over here, more or less trying to get out of the way of the rocks, but ending up over here.
Fair enough. All right. With that, the creature will go. It like takes some time extricating itself from the falling rocks that it was like matrix diving through a moment ago. It slithers out. I'm gonna give it a half movement, so it goes 5, 10. And I guess that is all the farther it is going to move. I guess it's going to go 15. It'll go, no, 10, because 12 and a half is half of 25. So it will go 10 feet. And there's only one person. Well, it could, hold on. It could attack Blondie. No, it doesn't. It is going to continue to strike at McLeod. McLeod huddled against the edge of the sewer
Man, being a
walls
tank
here.
is so easy. I love being a tank.
I love being prone. My favorite.
Oh god, I love being prone.
That is a 16 plus 5 is 21 to hit you. I believe that will
Yeah,
indeed.
AC 13, level 1 character.
All right, so you are going to take D6 of bludgeoning damage for one bludgeoning
Okay.
damage, which
Okay,
means you are
cool.
still up. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw. That is also a fail. Oh.
Guys, it really doesn't hit that hard.
All right, and I will need you to take an additional 2d6 poison damage.
Oh, this could just kill.
For 6.
Okay.
I'm at -2.
All right, you drop back to death's door, fighting once more for life. Blondie, you see this creature smash your friend down with its tendrils once more. What will you do?
Blondie does the protagonist thing. Like he walked into a group of adventurers who's having trouble fighting like an ogre, and like he walks in with like his arms tied up in like bandages and drops his heavy sack, cracks his shoulder, walks straight up to this creature and goes, "Omae wa mo shinderu." And all the corpses go "Nani?" as he strikes it.
All right, that is a 15 that will hit for 8 bludgeoning damage. That is not enough to bring it down outright. But you hit it again. You give him the and sure enough, I know what you're going for, as is the case in any good Fist of the North Star clone. This thing looks for a minute at you. It cocks its flowery, bulging sack, and then explodes violently. The corpses inside come flying out as you have finally finished the corpse flowers off.
And I just walk away.
Perfect. We are going to remain in combat order here, or initiative order here, until we resolve McLeod's fight with Death's Door. Blondie, you've used your action already.
As the corpse flower explodes,
Yeah.
with all this viscera, both like plant and mammal based, it just like washes over McLeod. And like a little bit gets in his mouth, and it's just like all over his face.
Gross.
Yeah, that sounds like an
You've got like the
hazard.
skeletal corpse body, like with its arm around you
Like
all of a
bracing
sudden.
me,
like-
yeah, like spooning me, yeah.
All right, Agni. After this wave of viscera hits your buddy, what do you do?
Well, I don't have any ranged healing options at the moment, but I do have Cure Wounds, so I'm gonna run across the plank and then jump over, and hopefully on my next turn I can Cure Wounds him.
With a running leap, you should be able to do this no problem. You're not a frail, unathletic person. So you race across the plank, leap across the, like, burning, exploded body of the corpse flower, and land next to your friend. Alright. McLeod, I'm gonna need you to make me a death saving throw. As one success. Please mark one success. Udric! It comes back to you.
You see Udric in the fumble for a potion in his pack as he rushes forward to heal McLeod, but then he sees Agni preparing to cast a spell, and he holds for a moment.
All right, you hold.
Actually, he glances at Agni, since they're smarter than him. By default.
Agni looks very wounded. Like, he could definitely appreciate if someone shoved a potion down his throat.
As Agni looks at Udric, maybe a little bit of blood comes out, and Udric goes down and says, "Ugh, help yourself," and he puts his potion into McLeod.
Nice.
All right. You administer potion to McLeod.
yeah.
Go ahead and roll me that
Udric,
heal.
leans down. Yeah, Udric leans down, and he grabs the potion, and he sort of violently jerks your jaw like open, like very unkindly, and just like shoves the liquid in there.
What's this all sound like?
This,
This is all occupational hazards. This is all.
Wait, hold on. There's an incapacitated person where it would be socially acceptable to shove a potion down their throat, but you're doing it to the conscious person.
No, he's shoving it down your
He's
throat.
shoving it down
I'm
your
sorry,
throat.
I'm sorry, I misheard.
yeah.
It goes down, not very smooth, and McLeod's body will begin to stir with 6 health points. Thank you.
All right.
And I will take a level of exhaustion.
And then Udric will like look up, and he will roar, "Where do you live?"
Okay. With that, we will leave combat order as you have defeated the guardian corpse flowers of this like room deep in the. Deep in the sewers. You take a moment to gather yourselves, but then what do you do?
Well, the first thing
Sure.
McLeod does, well, I was gonna have him vomit again, but there's implications with the healing potion there. So maybe he'll just look at all of his clothes covered in plant and digested body, and just go, "Can we have that short rest again?"
I wouldn't mind the rest. Udric says, coughing up a little bit of blood himself.
Nah, it's too dirty in here to be taking short rests. Come on, guys. Hey, Agni, do you have any more of those cure wounds? I have a lot of wounds.
Well, I would rather save my magical powers for any further dangers here. But how about this? And I'll hand you a healing potion.
Sure. What is this? 2d4 plus 2?
Mm-hmm.
No! Oh no! Nobody laugh at me! Don't laugh! At me. No.
Oh, dude, that sucked.
Did you just try and drink that with the cork on?
he popped a Mentos in it, and it just went everywhere.
Oh no!
All right.
I made a party foul.
You
That was Agni's prank file. It actually had Mentos in
You
it.
guzzle some potions, and McLeod asks if we could rest. Do you spend an hour here resting in the sewers again? Or do you continue forward with healing potions administered?
I could heal you again, McLeod, if you need it. Okay, I'll give you.
Well, I was about to say we probably do need to take a short rest because I think Udric has 1 HP, so he's like really badly hurt.
I have 1 HP, 1 spell slot, 1 potion. So, yeah.
Hmm.
I would
Okay.
I wouldn't mind the rest. Yeah. But this place sucks. It's full of dead corpses and flowers and shitty sewer shit.
Could we
maybe
could
we
we
go
loot
like-
the place and then go rest?
Yeah.
Let's loot and get the hell out of here.
Sure.
All
Oh,
right.
you'll be fine. Don't be a baby.
You will find that despite the falling rocks and broken pipes and destroyed ceilings, you still have access to this room here in the center. This was once some kind of access, like hall in the sewers. You think it perhaps once held perhaps janitorial supplies or even equipment that was needed down here, but it has long since fallen to ruin and disrepair. However, in the center of it, much as McLeod saw before, there is, where the broken stone floor meets the dirt, a large mound of earth that has been piled up as if by some creature or man, and the skeletal remains of a person here. As you have time to walk around and investigate as best as you can, you will in fact find the remains of some of these, what did we call them? Thieves' runes that you've been following on the way in here, and that you spied back at the entrance to these sewers.
Did the bodies and the corpse flowers have anything that looked valuable on them?
The bodies inside the corpse flowers do not have anything of particular use, but go ahead and roll me 5d8 for potential valuables that have survived digestion. In fact, they do. They have about 30 gold pieces worth of just surviving valuables, like precious metals, stones, polished trinkets. Their uses or shapes may be twisted and kind of burned a little bit, but nonetheless are valuable enough you think you could sell them back at town.
Very good.
There's also a single gift card to Ancient Gift Shop for 30.
So there's the dead guy, and then there was what, like a pile of dirt?
Yeah,
like
it's a
vegetable.
large mound of earth, as well as the remains of a few, like, we're calling thieves' runes.
Does the skeleton have anything on him?
It seems to be just bones.
I mean, we could try to dig the dirt. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say, as Udrik looks upon it, he'll just recast False Life as he gets a chill through his bones, looking at this dead creature, thinking how once again he almost joined the afterlife. But then he'll look at Agni and says, "Is this anyone you know?"
How would I know this person?
I don't know. I don't know them. I don't
Well, I
think
don't
I
think
know
anybody
them.
has for a
I
long
know-
time. Well, let's see. Maybe there's something of value inside the dirt, and I'll like start shoving around the dirt with the stick.
Are we sure that this body is like
All right.
not angry and cursed before we start going through his valuables?
I mean, do you want to smash it?
No, we should probably do like final rites or something, right?
I'm not a priest.
I'll begin very reverently packing the bones into my bag. It shouldn't be buried here.
Okay.
They shouldn't be buried here.
Yeah, don't forget this one right here. Grab that leg bone right there.
Oh, thanks. Wait. No, this guy's got both his leg bones. I don't know whose that is.
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Who's gonna start digging in that mound?
Sounds like Agni was.
I'll
I'm
as
just
I'm
poking
packing
it
up
with
the
a stick.
bones, I pick up the skull that's facing the mound, and I'll just rotate the head so it's facing away from the mound.
Okay.
I feel like Blondie might be the best suited for digging, given that he's a dog.
Blondie looks at you sideways, and he's like,
Insert
"How
air
about
horn.
how about you go stand on some tinder, fireman?" And then he kicks the mound.
You have strong hands. That's what I meant.
Oh wait, before I do anything to the mound, can I make a perception check to see if there's any I don't know. It's dirt, so I doubt there's any traps, but there might be I don't know, like a bag of poop underneath it. And
Yeah. So you attempt to check the mound of dirt for traps. You eye it as best as you can. Agni's been poking it with a stick. You grab the stick and start poking it harder. You look for those ropes and cords that have been trapped here before. Go ahead and give me a investigation or perception check, your choice, as you look through this mound.
I think he's definitely poking it not with a stick, but a spare leg bone.
A spare leg bone? Yeah, definitely. Got it. As you poke through this with the leg bone and you search around, you do not find any traps.
Alright. And then I immediately start doing the stereotypical thing, and I start digging like a dog.
Okay. You start digging through. You dig and dig through this mound, and eventually you find the center of it. At the center of this mound is a bud, a bulb or root that seems to be the beginning of a flowering plant. It has spindly roots and vines growing out of it, bursting from this bulb, and they wrap around two things. They wrap around a skull, a humanoid skull, and next to it, wrapped in that same entwining badge, is a large canvas sack that seems to be bulging with items.
Can I use nature, like my knowledge of nature and plants, to determine whether this bud is? I'm presuming it is probably the initial stage of a corpse flower.
Sure, go ahead and give me a nature intelligence check.
Wait, was that a corpse flower mom and dad that we killed? Oh God. Oh, this.
Can I help him out as someone that's been in the wilds, in the forest a lot?
Sure, yeah, you can go ahead and take advantage from Udric's help.
Well, didn't help, but I got a 14.
With a 14, a 14 is enough to know that this is indeed likely the budding roots of a corpse flower.
Would this be valuable at all to anyone, or would it just be better off to destroy it?
Corpse flowers are not bought and sold openly. Perhaps if there was a thriving black market in Ansham, you might be able to sell it. But as it stands, you don't believe that anyone would find value in this.
Well, I think I'm going to just start burning it.
Before you start burning it, Blondie's gonna put like a hand out and say, "Wait, we've killed his parents. You must let it sit, so it will grow strong one day and find us and kill us."
No,
I'm
just gonna continue burning it.
Despite attempting to set up an anime arc for this would-be corpse flower, Agni begins to do the one thing he is very good at, and uses all of his practiced fire-starting ways with his Tinder app, and burns the seed to dust and ash in front of your eyes, leaving a skull loose next to a large canvas sack, tied at one end by a simple knot of rope and bulging with contents.
Is this skull of any interest? Does it seem to be anything unusual for a humanoid?
It looks pretty usual to you, right? You investigate it. You unless you have some specialization in like phrenology, which is pseudoscience at best, right? Like you don't know much about this other than it is a humanoid skull. It doesn't seem particularly different to you.
All right. Well, looks like loot, guys.
Udric's gonna hold up his hands and then say, "Magic hand."
And with that, McLeod will stand up, his backpack full of the remains of a poor soul.
You're just carrying a dead body out.
I'm gonna use Mage Hand to open the sack and see what's inside.
All right, you untie the knot and you open the sack. You find inside of it a number of mismatched gems: topaz, emerald, rubies, diamonds of various sizes, cuts, and shapes, each totaling together, you would estimate, about 550 gold pieces.
Jeez!
All right.
Amongst these items, you find some notable items as well. Mixed in with the gems as you sift through them, you find a pair of bone dice. These dice are crafted from some kind of soft, delicate bone. It's almost soft to the touch, and they are marked with simple inlaid jet black markings in the traditional like dice patterns that you've seen across any inn or game table across the land. You also find a hand, a grisly trophy of like a humanoid hand. The fingers of this strange thing are wrapped like with a small wax-like candle, and the gallow fat seems to glisten that it is dipped into. Finally, you find 2 vials, one of glass with a almost like pristinely bubbling blue liquid, and one of clay that gives off a like powerful stench of like wet dog.
It's meant for me.
Yeah, I just hated that.
You said one blue liquid, one clay. Or...
One clay vial, one glass vial of like sparkling blue liquid. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Greg, so these like thief camp marks that we were following, do they just end here?
They do.
Okay. So, I'm not sure that. I mean, we could just wander further, or we could return back at this point. Do you guys want to try to take another short rest, and we can decide from there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think while we sit here counting all these gems and figuring out what this smells like, whether it smells like dog or wolf or
It just
wet
all smells
dog.
bad, man. It just smells bad. Can we please go? Can we please go? Oh, I was supposed to work tonight.
Well, you already have. Those plants paid you.
I won't find work for weeks.
So I am trying to figure out if you are sitting here resting or if you're leaving before I answer about the clay pot that you're investigating.
I'm fine with just resting here. If you need more healing, I can give you more healing, man.
Yes.
All right. Okay. I'll just burn another cure wounds.
All right.
There you go.
So you burn another cure wounds, and you spend an hour resting here in this largely secure location, you think, unless the roof caves in again. And you may spend your hour eating some food, drinking some water from your water skins, binding and caring for wounds. At the end of your hour's rest, you may spend any hit dice that remain in your hit dice pool, up to 1/2 of your maximum pool, to regain HP, as well as regaining spells or class features associated with a short rest in the player's handbook. All right. Udric, you wanted to know about this clay potion of wet dog smelling stuff. As you spend an hour investigating it, giving it the quaff, maybe giving it a nice, side-eye lick, you do have an hour to mess around with it. And by the rules of 5e, you will find this to be a potion of hill giant strength.
Ooh. What about the other one? Can one of us do the other one?
You spend some time, Agni, quaffing, like licking, smelling the potion, and eventually you find it to be a potion of mind reading.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, do you guys want to explore a bit further and then turn back, or what's the plan here?
Let's keep going.
Yeah,
All right.
I think we can keep going.
Okay.
We were sent down here to investigate why the sewers are question mark, like the actual mission quest was.
You heard a
Just
rumor of
explore.
a secret entrance to the sewers that was unidentified or known by anyone else in Antrim, and then you found it and have come down here.
I figured that, wherever these thieves were going, obviously we sort of entered through their hideout, but there was probably some other area that connected up with it. So maybe we can find that based on an area that looked well traveled or something.
Sure.
So marking stop it. We're probably not too far from it, or at least on the right track.
Yeah, Yeah. It's strange that they would sort of have a thing here with these corpse flowers unless there's like a stronger reason for this whole setup to be here. Um, you know.
Hmm. Well, we can do a little more looking. If we don't find anything, like we're going on an obvious right way, we can head back.
All right.
Okay.
You decide to press on.
Yeah.
There's only one person left amongst you who has not led during this expedition deep in the sewers, and that is Blondie. Blondie, what do you do to lead the party on this final bit of your exploration, looking for what else might lie in these sewers?
I think we're going to move carefully, a lot more carefully than we did before. We know that there's traps, and we might be nearing maybe some sort of den that rogues use. So I want us to be very vigilant, looking for traps, moving very carefully. So I'll be using my stealth dexterity in order to make sure that we don't run into any hazards on the way.
Okay, I'll allow it. Go ahead and roll me stealth dexterity to attempt to move as cautiously and easily as possible without springing any traps.
No.
All right. That is a 5.
Oh,
What have we not used? We've used the stash, the specter, the runes. Oh, specters!
Oh no.
I want you to make me a surprise roll, Mr. Blondie. I want to know who sees who first.
Is that a D9?
A D10.
D10.
D9.
Oh, that's good for us.
That is a 7. All right. If we consult my surprise table, because my brain has stopped working, we will see that a 4 through 7 is a stalemate. Both groups of creatures see each other at the same time. You take the party on a trip through many a twisting hallway, down deeper into the sewers than you even thought was possible. The area around you seems to change, grow cooler, grow a little bit more natural. Instead of poisonous looking mushrooms and strange fauna, you begin to see like regular vines, and like the water is clearer, a little more blue in hue. You eventually find a trapped manhole. You spend some time avoiding it, going around it, leaving it be, until eventually you take a wrong turn. You walk right back to the manhole after having previously disarmed it and go down it. And as you do, you find yourself unable to move the party onto the correct page. There we go.
Oh no.
You find yourself walking into a large cavernous room, upon which you find a variety of hovels, huts, little hideout-like places. This is where the thieves have been hiding. There's a great large hole from which water pours, and as you look around, you see the images of rogue-like ghostly features take form, and their heads snap to you and the party, and you hear them whisper, "Hooty hoo." And a code word has been said. Each of them draws their blades, and I want all of you to roll me initiative.
Ah, fudge. 07 voice. It's been great.
All right.
Oh, never mind.
Oh.
We're in.
Oh, good. I thought that was us.
All right, I believe that is everything rolled up as it needs to be. The first to move is Uldric. You have just come down here following your fearless leader, Blondie, and you see these skulks turn to you, blades in hand. What will you do?
Fearless.
Fearful?
Yes.
Okay.
Udric, seeing a room full of these frightful creatures, having fought them now once, now twice, now 3 times, looks to his party with grim resolve and nods, says, "We can do this." And then, let's see, as far as the ranges. What's the thing? Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I am going to. I think the best move right now is probably this Eldritch Blast. Not close enough for a Thunder Wave.
Okay.
But first, what I'm going to do is I am actually going to cast Hex. Udric is going to look at this the nearest skull there, and he will point to it, and he will say, "You will not take me down again."
Oh.
And then, as he says that, the sentence is punctuated with an Eldritch Blast that comes out.
All
No
right.
pose.
You cast
hate.
your hex upon this creature here, and then as your warning reaches him, a force of energy races from your palm, striking him square in the chest. Go ahead and roll me damage.
And for the Hex ability check, I think I'm going to choose Dexterity.
Perfect.
There's no other really ability checks that is much.
Cool.
And then, sorry, Eldritch Blast damage, plus X, and I'll push it back 10 feet.
Go ahead and roll me that hex damage. 3. All right. You will deal 6 damage in total to this creature. And then it is blasted back 10 feet from you.
And then he will look to his companions and pose menacingly at the oncoming skulks.
My health bars are not updating. Okay, well, I'll track them here. That's fine. All right, you pose menacingly, staring at them while God tries to figure out why their health isn't going down properly. And then it comes to Agni. What will you do?
So, Agni is going to. I think the most sensible thing to do here is bonus action Magic Stone, and he's gonna aim for this guy. Now he's gonna have disadvantage, but that's all right.
Okay. 60 feet's disadvantage?
Oof. Oh, that's sad. It was a crit hit.
It has a range of 60 feet.
I'm pretty sure Magic Stone's got 60 feet, right?
Oh, 1 second here. Oh, yes, you're right. Okay, so very good. So actually, it's a critical hit.
Brilliant!
So, and I'm going to break it. Well, actually, I guess I don't need to break it, do I?
Go ahead and roll me one more d6. Yeah. All right, if you want to, you can break your sling. Or no, you can't. You're just throwing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I've ruled multiple times that thrown items can't get broken. Like, if you're propelling it with something else, like a sling or a bow, you can break the sling or the bow. If you're like meleeing, you can like break the melee. But like a thrown weapon, you don't have enough control to like break that, in my guesstimation.
So, okay,
That makes
I'm going to do
sense.
14.
All right, excellent. But regardless, with 14 points of damage, your magic stone comes flying out, and before this thing, it like slides back from the pulse of the Eldritch Blast, and before it can even like rise back up to full height, it just disappears as your stone runs it through, and it just like pops into a cloud of like misty beads of mercury.
I'll hold out my hand with the other 2 stones. Any takers? Any takers?
All right, McCloud, you see a handful of stones getting offered to you. What do you do?
What? Huh?
You can throw them if you want.
Oh, okay.
For 1d6 plus 4 damage.
I can't count, and I don't know what those words mean. But I'll throw a stone at this one here.
All right.
Just
The 1d20 plus 6.
1d20 plus 6. Oh, we're using yours.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Magic Stone's cool like that.
12.
A 12 is not enough. You're unfamiliar with the weight of magic stones. You find yourself hurling it a little bit wide as the creature has just enough time to like duck away from it, and the stone smashes into the like building behind it.
Okay. And then I will take a step back.
All right. Blondie, you and these creatures are going at the same time. What are you doing as they begin to float forward towards you?
So the first thing I'm going to do is take a stone and move up about 25 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to launch a stone. I'm just going to use my dart because it's the same thing. Hit.
All right, excellent. The magic stone will do d6 plus 4.
On this guy here for 10 points of damage.
Damn! You strike him true, learning from McClude's error, and you bloody this creature. His health bar still does not update.
As I drop my weighted backpack like I'm Piccolo or Goku, and it cracks the ground next to me, I'm going to take my last 5 feet of movement and rage.
All right, you begin to rage. The one you've hit was like rushing towards you the whole time, and it actually I don't think can reach you. 5, 10. It gets to like right here, and then you see where it had a dagger. The dagger like elongates, and it becomes a short bow, and he just fires at you like while sliding forward point blank.
Oh my god, he's Mega Man.
He is Mega Man. Its bow attack, though, misses wide. This one floats forward as well, posting up in like this near the same position his buddy was at. And he is going to take a shot at the one who finished off the ghost in front of him. He recognizes the dealer of stones. And he will fire a like ethereal bow shot towards Agni with a 20. Please take for me 7 points of slashing damage.
So I am going to use absorb elements to resist that.
To resist the slashing damage? Okay.
It's not both of them?
I want you to take the 7 slashing, and assuming you're still up, I want you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll just take this.
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, in that case, I'll just take the 7.
Okay.
That's fine. And then I'll do the wisdom here.
Yeah, plus I'm pretty sure absorb elements doesn't do necrotic or radiant.
Oh, it can, yeah.
That is a success. You feel something tugging at like the very fiber of your being when you are struck by this projectile, but it does not affect you. With that, more creatures will continue to go. This one will float right across the chasm in front of your eyes. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then we do some measurements, baby. That is 75 feet. That is going to be disadvantageous to him. So instead of shooting you, he's going to finish off his move with a dash to here. And his homie next to him is going to make the same choice. And this guy is going to float forward 5, 10, 15, 20. And he will be in range for a nice bow shot on Blondie. Blondie, you see another knife turn into a bow in front of your eyes and come flying towards you. With an 18 to hit, it will... Yes. Please take 7 slashing. You're raging. You can reduce that. And go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw.
16.
You too feel something pull at you from the bow shot of this creature, but you stand strong. With that, your simultaneous turns end, and it returns to Uldric. What will you do?
As these skulks advance upon the party, Uldric turns his attention to the nearest one, the wounded one. He moves his nefarious curse over to it, and then the Eldritch Blast.
All right. You Eldritch Blast this creature, but unfortunately the wave does not strike him true. He will take upon your curse, however. All right.
That is my turn.
All right. Agni, it comes to you. You are out of stones now. What will you do?
So I'm gonna move up a bit, and then... Oh, one more. Alright, and then I'm going to summon... I'm gonna expend my other wild shape to summon Mozilla again and put him right between these guys.
All right.
Don't forget we took a short rest, so you technically got them both back.
Do I when I...
Yes.
Short rest? Yes. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's lovely. So let me just drag him back out. And then when he appears there, they need to give me both of them need to give me dexterity saving throws.
We have a 16 and a 15.
Alright, so both of those are going to succeed. I believe that is half damage, so it is half of 2d6 then. So only 2, I suppose.
All right. They each take 2 damage as Mozilla appears between them in an eruption of flames. Unfortunately, though, they are quick to shield themselves during their movement and seem only slightly singed by your entrance.
That's okay, because Mozilla is then... I'm going to expend my bonus action to then have Mozilla attack them. Actually, better yet, it's going to use its fiery teleportation move.
Okay.
And it's going to teleport over to here.
Okay.
And then both of them need to give me another dexterity saving throw.
Does the fiery teleportation, when it teleports, activate where it starts or where it ends?
It's where it starts.
Okay. Perfect. More dex saves as fire just keeps erupting in little puddles next to them. The first fails. I didn't roll the advantage this time. I'm silly. The second succeeds, however.
All right. So, total of 5 for the one that failed and 2 for the one that did not. That succeeded.
All right, excellent. Your Firefox erupts in a cloud of flame, looks around, disappears in a cloud of flame. And this one will take 5 more damage, which is not enough to completely bloody it. No, it is not. And this one here will take an additional 2 as it looks annoyedly at your hound. All right.
Oh, and then Agni at that point is going to get back here, and it looks like there's maybe some rubble or something. He's going to take cover behind the rubble.
Okay, yeah, you try to duck in with the, vines and the stones to take a little cover. I like it. McLude, it comes back to you. What will you do?
It always does. my teammate is focused on this right one, so I will fire at this left one, assuming I have a good line of sight.
Sure.
Short bow shot misses.
Oh. It like ducks in and out of like the wooden beams around it, letting the arrow like thunk into the walls of its like shanty as it stares at you with a bow drawn and ready.
Yeah, I think some cool characterization I want to do as he's like reaching back to draw an arrow. He's kind of like with his fingers feeling and quickly kind of estimating how many he's got left.
Ooh, I like it. All right, you're making some estimations as you see a bow drawn in your direction. Blondie, you and the Skulks are like moving simultaneously again. Like you'll both get your actions at the same time. What do you do?
The People's Elbow!
The People's Elbow!
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
Watch out, watch out, watch out!
Hold on, that's somebody else. He's going for the RKO. Okay, you know what happens? He throws down his spectral bow. You come for like the People's Elbow, and he comes Randy Orton style. Your attack hits. He will take 8 damage. His attack will simultaneously attempt to connect with you. The RKO comes in with an 8. People's Elbow. Rock over Orton forever. This guy takes 8 more damage, which is exactly the number of hit points he has remaining. He like tries to RKO you. You come flying in. Elbow smashes through the head of the creature. He poofs into a cloud of mercury and beads and dies.
Without even missing a beat, I do the running jump kick, Zangief style.
All right. Oh, the Zangief kick comes smashing into this thing. He will take 8 points of damage as well as he gets like knocked back by the Zangief kick, but then he like does a wake up DP and like comes right for you with that.
What fucking game am I playing?
I am raging, Greg, so that is +2 for that.
Okay, okay, perfect. Then you actually bloody him, but his wake up DP is an 18, which he connects. You weren't ready for him to push buttons on wake up. Please take 6 points of bludgeoning damage from him, and then I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Now, I did pass it the first time. Do you have to make it every time?
Yes.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Ooh, that is a failure. All right, I want you to tell me what is it that you fear the most. I know it's not trees anymore. You took care of that one. But what is the fear that grips your heart?
I think for Blondie is being able to commune with Sylvantis and being told, just like his parents did him and how everybody else did him, that he's a runt, and he's not a hunter, he's a prey.
Oh, you feel like prey. A true terror of being less than and hunted fills your heart. You have disadvantage on attack rolls against these hunters until you save against this effect, and they have advantage against you.
Does this help?
Dark vision? No. Now you can see them more clearly.
No! 07, boys. It's been fun.
All right. So these two skulks got to go. This one notches a bow, and it looks to you, Zangiefing his friend, and is like, we ain't having any of this. And he fires his bow at you with advantage. With a 23, you are struck. Please take from me 8 points of slashing damage. And then this one here is going to... He's going to roll some dice. He sees vulnerability over there. There's some prey that needs hunted. But he also knows where the, like, magic man is. Oh, no. No, he's an opportunist. He's vicious. He steps forward to get like a better angle on you, and he's gonna fire at advantage too.
Oh boy.
With a 21,
joy.
he strikes you. Please take for me 6 more points of slashing damage.
Oh boy. Single digits. Ooh.
This guy doesn't have a clear shot at Agni. He's a bit disappointed by this. So he just keeps floating forward. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He doesn't get close enough. And he's going to fire at... He's got 2 options that aren't cowering behind rocks.
These are ranged attacks
They are.
at a prone target.
He's not prone. He's...
Oh,
this
I'm
is
sorry.
his, like, afraid / have disadvantage thing. I thought it was a cool marker. I'll make it a different one.
Oh, no. My mistake.
We'll do this one with arrows in it. So, because now he's full of arrows. But he will shoot an arrow at the rules lawyer, making sure McLeod gets the thrust of his point.
I got scared there for a second. I remember my pregame check.
That is a 19 at McLeod.
Yeah, that'll hit for sure.
All right. Please take 5 points of slashing damage. I think we've been calling it. It should be piercing from the bow, but whatever. And make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
5 and wisdom save. Oops.
All right. That is an 8. That is a failure. McLeod, tell me, what fear is it that grips your heart?
Ooh. That is a good question. I think the fear that grips McLeod's heart is being alone,
Oh,
having no family.
indeed. McLeod, that fear grips you very well. You feel isolated. You feel like these people, you're just weighing them down. They don't need you. They don't want you. McLeod, you have disadvantage when you are within 5 feet of an ally. And these creatures have advantage against you when they have pack tactics, when they are 5 feet away from you and an ally.
Okay.
All right. With that, the Skulk's turns are over. Blondie's turn is over. Udric, it comes to you. What will you do?
Udric goes to attempt to help McLeod, but I presume he's pushed away.
Get away from me.
Maybe we should get away from him.
Yeah, and Udric will walk over here, seeing that the previous recipient of his Hex curse is down. He will point at this one and says, "You're next." I don't think Udric's smart enough to think of anything witty right now.
Fair.
So he'll just move the Hex, and he'll go over with the Eldritch Blast.
All right. Give me that roll to
if
hit
they were-
with your Eldritch Blast. The 13 is just short of AC. Your blast is like, maybe you're aiming it away from Blondie, who's struggling at the moment with a chest full of arrows, and you strike the like house next to this creature instead with your wave of energy.
And that, I believe, is the end of Udric's turn.
All right. Agni, it returns to your turn. You cowered behind some rocks for a while. Now what do you do?
So Agni is gonna roll and try to again like position himself in the foliage over here, seeking some cover. And he is going to command Mozilla to move here and then teleport.
Okay. Mozilla like effortlessly glides over and then erupts in a cloud of flames. Excuse me. Erupts in a cloud of flames, engulfing this skulk next to it, but not your friend, who then fails the dex save. Go ahead and roll me that 2d6 damage.
This one is just a d6 plus 2.
D6 plus 2.
5.
It's a 5. It is not enough to bring it down, but it does bring the creature to death's door.
And then, I think, let's see, so 5, 10, 15, I think that what Agni will do is sort of peer over the rock and, with a sling in hand, fire off a normal bullet.
Okay. Are we firing at this man here? Who are we shooting at?
Yes, this guy here.
All right, perfect. You peek out of your, like, hidey hole in the rocks and foliage. You sling that sling, and you strike true. Go ahead.
I'm going to break the sling.
Perfect. You break the sling, doing a full 4 on your D4 damage for 8 bludgeoning damage in total. Excellent. He's struck by the rock, and he whips his, like, ghostly stare over to you and, like, wants to hover in your direction, but it's not his turn.
That's my turn.
All right. McLeod, you're alone. All by yourself. What do you do?
I think that McLeod is scared of this creature before him, but sees this ally of his who he knows thinks nothing of him, who doesn't care about him, who clearly thought his opinions on staying in this area didn't matter. But in a desperate attempt to ingratiate himself to this ally, he'll take a step over and fire an arrow at this specter over here.
Oh, that is a good play. All right, you fire that arrow. You critically hit this gas for 8 points of damage. You slay this creature with your arrow. At the end of your turn, I want you to make a wisdom saving throw to try to recover from this affliction you have.
A 12.
As a 12, that is not a success. However, I will grant you inspiration for a desperate ploy to ingratiate yourself with your friends who hate you, and doing so well. It was a very good move. All right. With that, the Skulks and Blondie act simultaneously. Blondie, the creature in front of you has just been destroyed entirely, and there are only a few that remain. What will you do?
Do I still have disadvantage?
You do, yes, until you save from this, which you'll get a chance to do at the end of your turn.
Ooh. Alrighty. I'll come over here. Slightly fearful of Mozilla. It starts to look more like a predator animal, like a little fire lion or something. I shrink back a little bit as I attack with disadvantage. 16.
Oh, but with a 16, you still hit.
Alrighty. That's going to be 7 points of damage on this guy.
Oh, you bloody him quite effectively. I think you even bring him to death's door while you do it.
Attack Takayukin!
You follow up. Despite your fear, you overcome it entirely, bludgeoning yet another ghost to death in front of your eyes as it poofs into the mercury-like marbles that they turn into.
And then I can't share space with Mozilla.
You
Hey,
can't.
Can I stand here? This is kind of like half.
Yeah, sure. We could say you're like tiptoeing on the edge of that bridge. Yeah.
I'm balancing like a beautiful crane or something as I shakily approach this ghost guy, and I say, I'll take you on.
You hear the ghost over here like look back and say, "Sweep the leg, Johnny."
Oh no.
All right.
No.
But you were going at the same time as the skulks. So before this one dies, it had a chance to stab you, which it will try to do at advantage.
07, boy.
Does a 14 hit you?
Nope, 16 AC.
Oh, it does not strike you, and then you kill it, and it dies. This one in front of you sees you, like, striding over like a crane. It was, like, floating towards you. It puts its bow away. It will try to strike you as well.
Don't do this.
19. Please take for me 8 points of slashing damage, which you may mitigate with your rage. And then this one here is going to take its turn floating up here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. McLude, do you have a melee weapon like currently out?
No, I have my
No.
short bow drawn.
All right.
My knife is sheathed.
Unless I guess you want to smack this guy with your bow on the way
No.
by. He will go by unimpeded, and he is going to attempt to stab at Agni, who's been cowering behind these rocks. Which it does
Goodbye,
not
Agni.
have advantage on, but it does roll a 19, which I believe will hit.
07.
Please take 6 points of slashing damage, and make for me a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh.
That is a failure. Agni, tell me, what is it that grips your heart? What is the terror that is instilled in you?
Agni is fearful that he will pass on from this world without creating more of his kind.
Ooh. Your fear grips your heart, Agni, and you get disadvantage when there are no other Genasi in the, like, that you can see, and they get advantage against you when there are no other Genasi that you can see.
Damn.
No.
Blondie, it's the end of the Skulks and your turn. You save unsuccessfully. Udric, it comes back around to you. What do you do?
As the skulk moments ago yells, "Sweep the leg, Johnny." Udric narrows his attention to it. His face reddens with anger. The time slows down, and he yells in reply, "Sweep this!" Except it's been like 8 seconds, and things have happened. So he yells, "Sweep this!" way out of context into like the open battle for no reason, and then shakes his head and will move his hex over to this one and move around.
Oh, I'm sorry. This one here?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought we were sweeping this. Never mind. We'll undo and move here.
Yeah. Was the hex already on?
Oh, okay. No. I misunderstood where you were directing it for a brief moment. Yes, back to this guy. Got it.
I apologize. I thought this was the one that had done the yelling. Either way, Udri gets a little bit discombobulated and attacks that one with his Eldritch Blast, backed up by the power of Hex.
All right. Go ahead and give me that roll to hit. There's a 22. That'll strike true. For 12 points of damage. That blows it all the way past bloodied, right to death's door. But it does not kill him outright.
Considering it is a apparition, can I push it like just out through whatever's behind it?
Yeah, you can push it out. You can go like 5, 10 here. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Greg. I was attacking this one.
Oh,
Did I say that
I've
wrong?
completely misunderstood everything you've been saying for like an hour. Okay, hold on. We've got it.
And
All right, so not this
it's
guy.
close.
We take the curse off this guy. Curse back on this guy. He took 12 damage. You don't have to push him at all. He pops like a balloon in front of Agni. The force of your battle cry and the Eldritch Blast, too much for it as it disintegrates.
Udrik shakes his head in a little bit of confusion and says, fuck the skulks. I hate these things. They make me feel so dumb.
All right.
And then he'll move over here.
All right. Excellent. After that explosion of energy and frustration from Udrik, Agni, it comes back to you. What will you do?
All right. So, let me measure out this. So this is 75 feet. So if I get 30 feet there, how far am I away? 45 feet. So I think what Agni is going to do. So first of all, he is going to move Mozilla, and then Mozilla is going to attack.
All right.
With the flame spitting, 15 to hit.
The flame seed will hit as the creature is enveloped in 6 points of fire damage, which will in fact bloody the skulk.
And then Agni is going to use his sling. Now he's at disadvantage from long range, but he's at disadvantage anyways, so it doesn't matter. It'll just be a disadvantage. 17 to hit.
17
and he's
still
gonna break
hits.
his sling to do max damage, so 8 damage total.
For 8 damage total, that is exactly the number you need. Agni, please describe to me how, despite the fear gripping your heart, this feeling of being alone, you strike down the last of the skulks.
So I think that Agni is letting himself get upset that these creatures are standing in the way of him and his search for more Genasi, or for a way to create more Genasi, and he just starts whipping the sling faster and faster, and then lets it go, and the sling snaps from the fury of the twirling, and it just goes right through it, and it poofs.
All right, excellent. You do exactly that. The sling snaps. The bullet bursts through this creature. It falls and dies, washing away down this like rapidly falling waterfall to the pit that lies below. The rest of the sewers, or at least the portion you are in, fall silent. The day is won. The combat over. All of you that are gripped by the curse of these things will eventually see it fall off, either by successfully saving at the end of your turns or just over time. You don't have to add that permanently to who you are. And you are left here looking at this hideout full of shanties and this great pit that drops hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet below, to a darkness even your dark vision cannot penetrate, and you can hear the echoing of the waters into some unknown cavern, even deeper beneath the city of Ansham.
Well, that sounds like a great place for another adventuring party to explore.
Yeah,
it does
fuck
indeed.
This place. This is a literal shithole down here.
Let's look through the shacks and see if we find any stashed thieves.
Yeah,
goods or whatever.
absolutely. I want the group to make me a group investigation check. Just go ahead and all of you roll me an investigation, and we will see how well you do together. 18 and 19 is a good start. 37, 46. The 3 up top, 49. Oh, okay.
49, yeah.
Yeah, all right. That is not as bad as it could have been. That is a bit over a 14. We'll call it 15 total. Excellent. You find amongst the various... Huh?
I was gonna say, I think it's closer to 12. I don't want to miss math.
Isn't 18 and 19 37 and 9 46 and 4 and 3 49? 49
Yeah.
divided by 4, 4 goes into 4 once, 4 goes into 9 twice. You're correct. Plus some change. So 13. You
Which
are
happens to be the
correct.
DC we need.
Huh?
Which happens to be the DC we need. You know?
It's a sliding scale. There's not a set DC for this. It's how
Dang.
well do you do. But excellent. A 13. You find amongst the various shacks a lot of old valuables. Things like paintings, sculptures, old tarnished jewelry. Seems like the things that have been heisted and stowed away. Amongst these things, you find an additional 275 gold pieces. You will also find amongst these a couple of interesting trinkets. One is a pair of leathery, supple gloves that have a single sparrow upon the back, embroidered in what appears to be platinum.
Ooh.
You will also find a pair of supple boots, similarly embroidered in platinum with a sparrow, that are like stowed away nicely separately.
Is there a mask of the Sparrow? You just become Sparrow Man?
No, unfortunately you do not find a mask, but you do find an ever-shifting cloak that seems to have different shades every single time you look at it.
I think if given the chance, Udrik would just put on the boots because he's wearing like shit-stained, waterlogged crap boots. If he sees nice boots, he's gonna put them on.
Nice. You put on a really nice pair of supple boots embroidered in platinum.
Excellent.
You also find a crate of potions that seem to have been stolen. They have an apothecary's mark on them that you don't recognize. They are all the same. There are 6 ruddy red potions.
Runny with an N or Ruddy with a D?
Ruddy, like a brick, like red, kind of dirty red.
You guys got any healing potions we can compare these to?
Oh, I'm sure if we're
yeah.
if we're scavenging for a while, I could examine them to determine if they're healing potions or not.
Is
All
there
right.
anything else that we find? Or is that...
That is the totality of what you find.
Well,
I asked because I have 4 HP and I'm about to die. So
feel free. Actually, do you want me to I'll use my last spell slot on you.
no, you say that for an emergency. Give me a healing potion, please.
All right, I'll give you a healing potion. I'm gonna take one too, actually, and drink it.
Take a chip, and I eat it. No. Damn it.
Yeah. Okay. Not bad.
Hey, isn't there Azamar in the party? Another one? Don't you got healing hands? Help a brother out. Help an angel out.
I heal myself for 2.
It's actually 2d4.
Damn.
Oh, you're right. I heal myself for another D4.
Alrighty. You spent some time healing, resting, preparing, cataloging all the things that you find. But this is where our adventure ends tonight. The party's not interested in jumping down the hole, and that's good because the DM is not ready for you to jump down the hole. This is the end of the planned stuff. You make your way back through the sewers, having effectively cleared out the danger to this point, minus some, I don't know, fumes and poisons, but you are able to make your way back to Antrim after splitting up the healing and the resting, and you find yourselves battered and tired and exhausted, but you return a little bit richer and a little bit more knowledgeable about the world. I'm going to add up...
I'm sorry. Don't mind me. I was being asked. I was saying rich with friendship.
Some of us with deeper friendships than before. I'm going to add up your XP and your gold and stuff and get ready to like split up the loot, of which we have a substantial amount through the loot-filled sewers. But while I'm doing that, I want to turn the floor over to people to give themselves a shout out, tell people what they're doing on the internet, where they can be found, or if they want, give a little bit of a character epilogue, tell us how you wrap up this adventure back in Antrim. Yeah, or both, I suppose. I'll turn the floor over to Nick. I know you've got internet stuff to shout out if you want.
Yes.
Take her away.
Thank you, Greg. Hello, everyone. I had a great time. Thanks to everyone in the chat who was hanging out and participating with us. It was fun to vibe with you. You can find me over at twitch.tv/Apollo_Nick, spelled N-I-K, because that's how I spell my name. Tomorrow, I will be kicking off episode 1 of a new campaign using a system you might not have heard of before called The Wild Sea. The pitch is... the world is covered in vegetation and trees and mutating plants and animals. And our crew will be sailing around in a chainsaw ship. We did session 0 last week. You can check that out on my YouTube or in the VODs on Twitch. Come hang out with me and my 4 players, and we'll be having a grand old time. Yes, Phasm5 in the chat is one of the cast members. We're going to have a great time. I'm very much looking forward to this system. Yeah, who wants to go next? Leova, I will popcorn style it over to you since I see King Lyoko chewing.
Perfect, because Udrik is going to spend some time with McLeod afterwards, getting you all reset, dressed up nice. He sees that you're a person that looks nice, so he wants to look nice. And you're a new friend, so he's gonna be friends with you, and do friend stuff. And so he gets to know you. That's it. Udrik's just hanging out and chilling, being super he's just excited to be out here, overcoming obstacles, fucking up skulks, living, meet new people.
Yeah, fuck those skulks, man. I'm glad they're dead. They were harsh in the vibes.
Yep.
All right, I'll go next. So, Agni is on to his next business venture. With the help of his cousin who knows the mending spell, Agni has started up a subscription service for door repairs, and he is calling it Hinge.
Of course, you're going to have a person that needs to go out and break some doors, right?
Yeah, just so happens that a lot of doors are breaking these days.
What are you up to? You've got Tinder, you've got Hinge, you had Grindr, right?
And Boo.
And Boo. You're gonna have to you repair doors. You're gonna have to supplement that by breaking doors with DoorDash or something.
Yeah, McLeod is having some harsh competition in Antrim.
All right. Megan, you got any shout-outs?
No, not really. I guess really the only thing the shout-out was that sometime in September, TBD, I'll be doing West Marches using the 2024 PHP. So if anybody's interested in that, stay tuned. I'll be talking about it more as we get closer to it. Other than that, no. Thanks for the game, Greg. It was a ton of fun. Man, 4 HP is super scary. But as always, that was a blast. And thank you to my cast members for playing alongside me. I'm ready to go to bed. It's 1 a.m.
Yeah, let's wrap her up and get out of here. All right. I want all 4 of you to take home 425 experience points each. 425. I also want each of you to take home 220 gold pieces. 220 gold pieces. I'm now going to list off all of our loot so we kind of know what it is, like old school style, since we have more of it than we've had in the last little bit. And then we'll go through and see if anyone wants to lay claim to it as we go down the list. And then if we have any, like, if 2 people roll need, we will roll D100s for it as per usual. The 3 vials of poison are gone. You used them in combat. They were essence of ether. They were a little bit homebrewy, but they were fun. You have the Snake Eye Bones. These are a game of bone dice that have 2 charges. When you spend a charge and roll the dice, they always come up as Snake Eyes double ones. These charges are regained each, or 1 charge, not both. 1 charge is regained each dawn. Alternatively, you may choose to break the bone dice and release the magics within them. Upon doing this, you give yourself 1 free 20 on a dice roll that you may choose to spend on any roll you wish. You also give the DM 120 on a dice roll that he may spend on any roll he wishes. That will last until the end of the session, at which point, if they are not spent, they are gone, and when used in this way, the Snake Eye Bones are destroyed, no longer carrying their magic.
Question, Greg. Sorry. What do the actual dice do? They have 2 charges.
When you speak the command word and roll them, they roll Snake Eyes, double ones.
But
it can be used for manipulating a game of chance.
Oh, I thought that I missed a sentence in the middle that it did something.
Okay. The next thing on my list is a potion of mind reading. Straight out of the book, potion of mind reading. You also have a potion of hill giant strength. Straight out of the book. You have the Gallow Hand. This grisly trophy is the hand of a person hung at the gallows, dipped in wax rendered from their own fat. The fingers are each a candle that can be lit. When you light a finger, it sheds bright light in a 5-foot radius and dim light for further 10 feet. The light shed by the Gallow Hand is only visible to its holder and completely invisible to all other creatures. Alternatively, you may light all 5 fingers of the hand as an action. If the hand is lit in this way, it sheds bright light to a 10-foot radius, dim light to a further 20 feet. As before, the light is visible to the holder, but invisible to all other creatures. Any creature other than the holder that enters this area of light must, or starts its turn there, must make a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw or become charmed. While charmed in this way, a creature's speed is reduced to 0 until the start of its next turn. After you light the Gallow Hand in this way, it burns for 1 minute, after which it deteriorates into a molten nub and no longer contains its magic. You've also received the Thieves' Gloves. While wearing these gloves, your dexterity is increased by 1 to a maximum of 18. You are considered proficient in sleight of hand checks. If you are already proficient in sleight of hand checks, you are considered to have had expertise in sleight of hand checks. You also have proficiency in Thieves' Tools. If you are already proficient in Thieves' Tools, you're considered to have expertise with Thieves' Tools while wearing and attuned to these gloves. Yep, those are our Thieves' Gloves. That's all of it. The next thing that you have is Boots of Striding and Springing. They're straight out of the player's handbook, or they're straight out of the Dungeon Master's Guide. Boots of Striding and Springing. You also have a Cloak of Elven Kind. The Cloak of
Ooh.
Elven Kind was yes, just out of the player's handbook. This isn't the special one. This is just a normal Cloak of Elven Kind. And then the Crate of Potions are 6 potions of greater healing.
Ooh.
So let's go down in order that I have them written here. The Snake Eye Bones. Would anyone like to lay claim to the Snake Eye Bones?
Yeah, sure. I'll throw my head in the ring.
All right.
Yeah, why not? Seems like a fun item.
All right. Let's go ahead and have you two roll off then. Seems like you are only claimants out there today.
All right, take them.
Blondie, they are yours. The Snake Eye Bones.
Is it an action to use that free 20?
Let me take a look here.
I think it's probably you can just choose whenever you want.
I just want to make sure.
I don't have it written down as an action, so I'm going to assume that you can just choose to break them as a thing. You're destroying the magic item for the 20 and the DM 20.
Gotcha.
All right. Potion of mind reading. Anyone want a potion of mind reading?
Sure.
All right. Sounds like you are our only claimant. Agni, please take a potion of mind reading.
Yeah, Udric's too dumb to use something like that.
We have a potion.
Read his own.
We have a potion of Hill Giant Strength. Would anyone like to lay claim to the potion of Hill Giant Strength?
Is that strength 19 or 21?
Hill Giant Strength.
19.
19. Yep.
I'm already there.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Seems cool. Potion of strength.
Okay. Udric, sounds like you're claiming it, and no one else is, so it is yours. The Gallow Hand. Would anyone like the Gallow Hand?
Yeah, that seems kind of cool.
Sure.
I don't know what I do with it. I have dark vision, but like it's a cool spooky hand. If no one's interested, you know.
Okay. It sounds like you and Agni are both interested in it. Why don't we have you two roll off? D100 highest takes it.
Oh, if you're actually interested in that, you go for it.
I mean, you know what? You take it. It doesn't really fit with mine. Well, no, because it is a candle, so it does. So I do have to roll for this.
No, you go
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
No. I insist you go first.
You roll 2. You roll 2. All right, you take it. There you go.
All right. Udric, the Gallow Hand is yours. The Thieves' Gloves. Would anyone like to lay claim to the Thieves' Gloves?
Yes, please.
So I just want to make sure it doesn't increase by 1 mod or just 1 point?
By 1 point, up to a maximum of 18.
Man, I already got an even number. No
I
deal.
already have 18 decks, and so I think. Do you want to just take it?
Yes, I do.
All right. McLeod, it sounds like the Thieves' Gloves are yours.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to lay claim to the Boots of Striding and Springing?
And what do those do exactly? Let me look that up.
Yeah, I do. love those as
Your
well.
speed becomes 30 feet and can't be reduced while encumbered or wearing heavy armor. In addition, you can jump 3 times the normal distance, so you can't jump further than your remaining movement would allow.
Exactly.
So it's good if you want to carry a ton of resources back to town, maybe.
Oh man.
He's already wearing them, so he's definitely interested.
Yeah, sure. I'll throw in 2. Never hurts having a pair of boots.
I kind of want both of the last 2 items, so I'm gonna have to roll for it, boys. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, let's roll some D100s then. Highest will take it.
No.
59. 59.
Did you roll 2 59s in a row? Is that what I'm seeing? Wow. All right. Good job, Udric. The Boots of Striding and Springing are yours.
Hold hard. I hold.
Almost last, we have the Cloak of Elven Kind. Would anyone like to lay claim to the Cloak of Elven Kind?
Absolutely,
Easy mine.
Yeah.
Casual, easy. No.
Oh my god.
Damn you, Agni.
Wow.
you said this was an ever shifting cloak, like it looks really fancy and nice.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm gonna have to take a shot at that because
All right.
there's so much bling. Udrik's got that shine in his eye.
After this, you don't have any more attunement slots left, man.
All right.
You're all decked out.
He is so blinged out, bro.
Udrik.
He's got boot. He's got a cloak.
The Cloak of Elvenkind is yours. And with that, we come to a crate of 6 potions of greater healing. We can either pass these out as you wish, distribute them one by one, or we can roll for them as a single item of crate of 6.
How about? Oh, sorry.
How about we each get one and then roll for the last 2?
Yeah.
Yep. I think we all
All
just
right.
said the same thing.
Each of you, please take
Yep.
home 1 potion of greater healing, and then I need 2 D100s from each of you. The first one will be for the first, and the second.
Oh, am I gonna get both? Oh, here we go. Let's see. Oh.
Wow, those are all high rolls.
All right, so Blondie rolled a 78, Agni a 17, McLeod a 75, and 48 for Uldrich. So Blondie, you take the first potion. The second potion, I see an 84, a 59, a 48, and I need one more roll from McLeod.
No, I rolled the 73 and then the 75.
Oh,
my
I
second
see.
roll's
Okay, I
75.
missed it up there. Perfect. In that case, Blondie, please take home the remaining 2 potions of greater healing, in addition to
Bush
the
can't
one
lose.
that you split.
So I
All
got
right.
3.
You get 3. All right.
Let's go.
Thank you all very much for playing with me. I hope you've had a good time, chat. I hope this was fun and entertaining. It's a little bit different style of doing dungeons, and I hope that it has been a good one. We will be on a little bit of a break until next Friday, I believe, for session 7. But until then, have a great rest of your day, night, week, or whatever it is until I see you again. And we will catch you all next time.